друзья. Команда Battle of Brest от всего сердца благодарит Брестский областной исполнительный комитет и лично Петра Александровича Пархомчика, Брестский городской исполнительный комитет и лично Сергея Николаевича Лободинского, Брестский мясокомбинат, Брест-Энерго, Брест газоаппарат, Санта-Бремор, Брест жилстрой, Брестский городской ЖКХ, Белалка, УКС города Бреста и спорткомплекс «Виктория». Давайте поаплодируем всем, кто помог этому событию состояться. А также спешу сообщить, друзья, что компания Belor Design подготовила для участников женского поединка замечательные подарки. Вы готовы видеть международное событие невероятного масштаба в Бресте прямо сейчас? Battle of Brest! Конечно, друзья, мы не можем оставить вас без шоу. Ребята готовились? Ребята будут зажигать. Под ваши бурные аплодисменты, друзья, приглашаю выступить заслуженный любительский коллектив Республики Беларусь, ансамбль мажореток «Виктори». Встречаем хореографическая композиция «Никто, кроме нас». Громче, 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 громче! Наслаждаемся!
Земля, гостей встречает с распростертым сердцем.
В центре Европы славянская страна, страна души, где так легко согреться. Беларусь, за этим словом сила, за этим словом святость и покой. Имен великих, звездное светило, страна побед, гордимся мы тобой. Если не я, кто, если не мы, наше время пришло. Як и год, як и ты, кто, если не я, кто, если не мы, наше время пришло. Як и год, як и ты.
Давайте пойдем на наших коммунистов! Здорово! Ребята, нас ждет еще несколько выступлений и начало невероятных боев. Давайте еще раз по секторам проверим, готовности. Так, друзья, сектор слева, как у вас настроение? Все здорово? Я рад, прекрасно. Центральный сектор. Видимо, вы далеко. Давайте еще раз. Центральный сектор. Здорово. Ребята, справа. Дайте немного шума. Вы меня не подвели, не зря я к вам поднимался там на самый верх. Друзья, мы продолжаем наполнять этот зал энергией и незабываемой атмосферой. Встречайте, вокально-хореографическая композиция «Миллион сердец». Исполняет Татьяна Баталина и Ангелина Шестопалова, а также ансамбль мажореток «Виктори». Ваши аплодисменты, друзья! Вау! Друзья, давайте поддержим наших артистов. Особенно вот эту начинающую принцессу. Ваши аплодисменты, прошу вас еще раз. Здорово, невероятное выступление. Мне удалось прямо со сцены пообщаться с солистами, друзья. Ну это очень талантливые люди. Мне приятно сегодня, невероятно большая честь находиться здесь, в городе Бресте, и открывать невероятное событие для нашей страны. Battle of Brest. И, конечно же, друзья, перед тем, как начать зрелищный 7 поединков, ради которых мы все здесь собрались, я хочу попросить всех и каждого, кто присутствует в зале, пожалуйста, я прошу вас встать. Звучит государственный гимн Республики Беларусь.
Thank you.
Well, hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to Brest, one of the oldest cities in Belarus, around 350 kilometers southwest of the capital Minsk. We're located on the Polish border where the mighty Bug and Mukhavets rivers meet, and it's actually closer to the Polish border and the Polish capital than it is the Belarusian capital, as Warsaw is a mere 210 kilometers further west. And perhaps it's fitting that we find ourselves in an international border town, as IBA.PRO Boxing delivers yet another multinational night of fight action featuring men and women from Europe, Africa and South America in our bill of 7 bouts. The boxers hail from 7 countries overall. There's home interest in all of the contests, and as we've come to expect on IBA.PRO shows, the quality is through the roof. As continental champions, Olympians and IBA world champions will be showcasing their skills and competitive spirit.
На западной границе Беларуси весна. В год 80-летия великой победы советского народа над коричневой чумой 20 века нацизмом. Я поздравляю вас с наступающим праздником, уважаемые потомки могучих фронтовиков и тружеников тыла. Близ крепости героя Брест, где советские воины приняли свой первый и последний бой, дав врагу понять, что наш народ не сломить. Мы склоняем головы перед мужеством и волей ее защитников и никогда не забудем их подвиг. И сегодня под мирным небом Республики Беларусь промоутерская компания IBA.PRO в сотрудничестве с Белорусской Федерацией бокса и студией спорта ТОП-G при всесторонней поддержке Брестского областного исполнительного комитета представят вам 7 поединков, а я буду рад представить вам 14 боксеров. Это воспитанники белорусской и российской школ бокса и гости союзного государства из Бельгии, Демократической Республики Конго, Молдавии, Намибии и Эквадора. Главные и главные события нашего вечера пройдут в полутяжелой весовой категории. Павел Silyagin из Новосибирска против эквадорского панчера Карлоса Гонгоры. 8 раундов и 10 чемпионских раундов за вакантный титул чемпиона мира по версии IBA.PRO. Алексей Алфиорау из Республики Беларусь против Ингелреста из Королевства Бельгия. Титульный партнер события букмекерская компания Bet-Boom. Партнер IBA.PRO, российский автомобильный дилер компания Рольф. И мы благодарим здесь всех партнеров, принявших участие в подготовке этого события. Большое вам спасибо. Вечер бокса проходит под патронатом Международной ассоциации бокса IBA. Судейская коллегия представлена профессионалами своего дела в составе. Супервайзер IBA.PRO Максим Чертыковцев. Судьи и рефери Валерий Пастухов, Республика Молдова, Вячеслав Титов, Республика Беларусь, Сергей Жухкин, Российская Федерация и Бобан Дамьянович, Республика Сербия. Судья-хронометрист Валерий Кеков, врач у ринга Александр Желдерович. Уважаемые гости и зрители белорусского телевидения, спасибо, что вы с нами. И добро пожаловать на арену Дворца спорта «Виктория» в городе Бресте. Мы начинаем вечер профессионального бокса Bet-Boom IBA.PRO 5 Battle of Brest. А теперь первый бой сегодняшнего карта. Вашему вниманию 6 раундов в легчайшем весе. Боксеры из Республики Беларусь и Республики Намибия готовы открыть наш вечер. Прошу приветствовать с юго-запада Африки на юго-запад Беларуси. Боксер из Намибии. Встречайте. Coming to the ring first, all the way from Namibia, please welcome Josef Immanuel.
So into the arena is Josef Immanuel, the former Namibian flyweight champion back in 2021. He's the former WBO African Continental Champion at the same weight. No stranger to IBA.PRO cards. In his last contest, which was in Ufa in Russia, he won the WBA Asia East title strap. An IBA Champions Night staged in the Russian city. Went on a technical decision that night, getting the better on the scorecards after an accidental clash of heads curtailed his contest, against the 2016 Olympian Vasily Egorov of Russia, the two-time European champion and the 2015 World Championship silver medalist. So the fact that he was leading on the scorecards when the bout was stopped in the 7th round after that clash of heads gives you an idea as to Immanuel's ability.
Поважаныя гости, сустракайце, Dzianis Salotskikh.
His opponent is from right here in Belarus, making his professional debut, and that is Dzianis Salotskikh, 24 years of age, from Slonim in Belarus. Extensive career on the international amateur scene. Recently in action in the European Championships last year. He lost at the quarter-final stage to the eventual, the semi-final stage to the eventual silver medalist Belarus.
Пришло время представить вам соперника. Боксер чемпионного мира. Его рост 162 сантиметра, вес 53 килограмма 650 граммов. На профессиональном ринге он провел 21 бой, одержал 16 побед, 7 из которых нокаутом. Потерпел 4 поражения и 1 бой завершил в ничью. Он владел поясами чемпиона Африки по версии IBA.PRO и чемпиона Восточной Азии по версии WBA. Им всегда движет интерес. И сегодня он намерен узнать, каков он, белорусский бокс. Из Намибии, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Windhoek, Namibia, Josef Immanuel. В золотом углу боксер из города Гродно. Ему 24 года, его рост 167 сантиметров, вес 53 килограмма 850 граммов. За его плечами достойный путь на олимпийском ринге. Перед вами мастер спорта Республики Беларусь по боксу международного класса и действующий чемпион Республики Беларусь. Его называют красавчик Dzianis Salotskikh. Из ударом гонга третий джентльмен в ринге Валерий Пастухов, Молдова.
Listen to me, comments. Second. Good luck.
So a quick look at the tail of the tape then.
Please.
Ahead of Salotski's professional debut. No soft touch either, because it's the former African flyweight champion from the pro ranks who will be emerging from the black corner. That's Josef Immanuel from the Namibian capital of Windhoek. So we're underway then. This a contest made at 54 kilograms. That's 119 pounds, so just above the 118-pound professional bantamweight limit, inside the super bantamweight limit of 122 pounds. Between boxers from Namibia and right here in Belarus, the orthodox boxer wearing the black trimmed with gold is Josef Immanuel, 32 years of age, from Namibia, and again enjoyed real success in his previous IBA Champions Night appearance. That was his most recent outing in the boxing ring. That was back in October. The southpaw wearing the white trimmed with gold was Dzianis Salotskikh, 24 years of age. Beautiful right hand straight down the pipe from the Namibian veteran. Snapped the head back of the professional debutant Salotskikh. So two men just fencing with the lead hands in this battle between orthodox and southpaw boxers. Left hand attempted to the body, but you can see that Immanuel looking to counter over the top of Salotski's work downstairs. Just getting onto the front foot for one of the rare occasions in this opening round. Left hand lead out of the southpaw stance, not too far away from Salotski. There you see the attempted counters from the former African champion once again, the man wearing the black trimmed with gold. So the fencing with the lead hands continues. Looking for a right-left combination is Salotski, but again, look at that sharp counter with the backhand through the middle, and again from Immanuel. He's found a range with his backhand against the southpaw pretty effectively in the first 2 minutes of this round. But it's the debutant from Belarus who is seeking to get on the front foot and take it to his more experienced opponent. So again, continuing to measure his man with his lead hand is Salotski, but that's countered immediately by a left jab from Immanuel. He seems content to try to play counter-puncher for the most part, time his opponent, make him miss and then make him pay. Beautiful right hand to the body, followed by a left hook from Immanuel, not too far away with the right hook out of the orthodox stance once again, but keeping his shape nicely in the face of this counter-punching pressure is Salotski, who seeks to continue to get on the front foot and be the aggressor in the closing stages of that opening round. So eschewing the stool is the travelling man from Windhoek in Namibia. And again, you see that right hand which introduced Salotski to the professional ranks. Effective counter-punching, particularly with his backhand from Immanuel during the course of the first 3 minutes. Remember, it's the 10-point must system in effect. This scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds and about made it 54 kilograms. So we move into the second round then. Salotski, two-time participant in the IBA Senior World Championship. Good right hand to the body was a straight shot from Immanuel. That was countered by a backhand from Salotski, but then Immanuel came with a straight right hand once again. First saw Salotski in the 2021 IBA World Championships, finishing in 9th place, just beyond the quarterfinals. Just before the quarterfinals is when he was eliminated. And that tournament staged in the Stark Arena as it was then in Belgrade, the Serbian capital. That's now the Belgrade Arena, home to both Partizan and Crvena Zvezda, Red Star Belgrade in EuroLeague basketball. So we've got a clash of heads between the Orthodox and Southpaw boxer, and I think that the debutant has picked up an injury. Indeed, it's a significant one as well. Clash of heads. Common occurrence when Orthodox and Southpaw boxers meet in a ring. Saw on the wide shot just how significant the battle for front foot position was, and that's a significant injury as well. So the referee, Mr. Valery Pastuhov, calling time. Now, is this for a call of the doctor? Indeed it is, because Immanuel's been sent to the furthest neutral corner, but that cut in a really bad place. Never good to pick up an injury around the optics, but when it's above the eyebrows, and there's the doctor's verdict after an inspection. So for the second consecutive IBA appearance in a row for Josef Immanuel, the bout has been stopped on cuts. That's the fate that befell he and Vasily Egorov when the contest was stopped in the 7th round of a bout scheduled for 10. But here in the second round of a bout scheduled for 6 against the decorated amateur Dzianis Salotski, a clash of heads. Well, I thought the contest was over. I'm sure I saw the doctor make a gesture which could only be interpreted as this bout is over, but clearly changed his mind, and after further treatment the action resumes. So perhaps a sense of urgency going to be injected into the work of Salotski now. Without wishing to be overly graphic, that injured eye is certainly going to present a target for the slashing and straight punches of Immanuel. Not too far away with the right hand once again. Salotski, who was seeking to be the aggressor for the entirety of the opening round, just a little more circumspect now as he tries to work his way in and pick his shots. Counter right hand not too far away again from Immanuel. Salotski reaching for that southpaw left but didn't take his feet with him. So looking to keep that injured that injured left eye out of harm's way. There's a good thrusting right cross just above the belt line landed by Immanuel. Picking his punches effectively. Counter right hand again in response to the lead southpaw right hook shot out by Salotski, and his problems mounting increasingly here because his mouthpiece was dislodged just before the bell to conclude the round. And I'm not quite sure if it happened simultaneously, but he made the gesture to pick it up himself. That would be a risky tactic in the event that it came before the referee's command of time or the bell. 2 rounds completed. An incident-filled second round where Salotski picked up an injured left eye off what I think was a clash of heads. Some of the action then from round number 2. Good right hand landed by Salotski twice in quick succession during that exchange. You see Immanuel reaching for his Sunday punch, the right hand in response. So into the third round then. Good straight southpaw left to the body, driven in by Salotski. Look at how he's keeping that glove almost clamped against his temple in a bid to protect that injured left eye, that injury sustained in the previous round after the heads came together. I don't speak Belarusian, but I interpreted the gesture of the ringside doctor when he waved his hand across his face in an outward motion. I thought the contest was over. Good double right hand, uppercut and hook from Immanuel, but southpaw left in response, and the action heating up here in the third as the crowd dialing up the decibel level. There's a good right hand to the body from Immanuel, which drives Salotski back. Approaching a minute gone in this third round. Just looking to get busy with his lead jab was Immanuel, but he was countered by a good stab jab to the body from Salotski. Really committing to that backhand. The heads have come together again, and I don't know if that's a new cut or it's worse than the existing cut. That was a shot which landed around the injured area. So it's been quite an introduction to the professional ranks for Dzianis Salotski. Head guards no longer a feature of 3-round boxing in the IBA code, of course. They were removed on a global level at the 2013 IBA World Championships in Kazakhstan. Another right hand lands on the injured eye, and the referee, Mr. Valery Pastuhov, calling time and asking for the doctor's inspection once again. Oh my goodness, that cut worsened after the coming together once more, and surely this can't go on. Looks as though he's been shot with a BB gun, the extent to which that left eye is opened. Not just a cut, but it's opened up into a hole as well. So we'll be going to the scorecards, I believe. The 6-round contest. Normally it's to the scorecards after 4, so it could be ruled a no contest here. And it's an accidental clash of heads for my money that caused the injury. bitter disappointment for Salotski on his professional debut on home soil right here in Belarus. My goodness, that is a gruesome injury. So as we were saying earlier, when I thought the bout was stopped initially, coming together in the third round, it's the second bout in a row where Immanuel Josef finds the bout stopped after an accidental clash of heads. The second coming together is so committed to the right hand when he throws it that all his body weight follows through in the event that it doesn't land. Heads collided forcefully at close range. Well, let's hope that the injury can be treated by Salotski's care team. A long way to come from the Namibian capital. Have the bout curtailed once again. Mention the fact that he picked up the WBA Asia East title when he won on a technical decision against Vasily Egorov, the 2015 World Championship silver medalist. And those belts are significant because it gets you in the reckoning and indeed the ranking of the governing body for which you win the strap. Pretty stern test for Salotski to be matched with such an experienced opponent, fighting outside of his homeland for the second consecutive contest prior to his IBA Champions Night debut in Ufa last October. All but two of his bouts took place in Namibia, and the only three outside of his homeland took place in neighboring South Africa. So let's get the official verdict from tonight's MC, Mr. Sergei Grom, who's standing by in position.
В боксе случается все. Но то, что эти два человека выиграли, достойны ваших аплодисментов, это 100%. Денис Salotskikh, Josef Immanuel. Все произошло на ваших глазах на второй минуте третьего раунда. Валерий Пастухов остановил поединок. В связи с невозможностью продолжать поединок боксера с золотого угла ринга. В этом бою победу одержал боксер черного угла из Намибии Josef Immanuel.
So it is indeed a technical decision in favor of Josef Immanuel. He's boxing smartly, particularly behind his right hand, so he continues to earn success on IBA stages, far away from home, does Josef Immanuel. Very effective use of the right hand over the course of the contest that was fought. And there's evidence of it. That was perhaps an introduction to the pro ranks, if you will, for Salotski. He asserted his deeper level of experience pretty much from the outset. It wasn't naked aggression, smart counter-punching for the most part. Salotski, but that's where the heads came together again. He was winding up for the right hand. The eye had been injured by that point, I believe. But we're going to the scorecards. And Immanuel declared a victor. Thought we went to the scorecards. It's actually a TKO victory in favor of Immanuel, so the ruling must have been that injury was caused or worsened by a punch.
Уважаемые гости и зрители, во втором поединке вечера на ринг выйдут боксеры из Республики Беларусь и Демократической Республики Конго. Формула боя 6 трехминутных раундов, второй тяжелый вес. И будьте так добры, помогите мне как следует встретить соперника. Первым на ринг боксер из Африки, мадам и месье, veuillez accueillir le premier combattant, venu de la République démocratique du Congo, Dimuntu, Chapiteau.
So into the arena is the man from DR Congo, Dimuntu Chapiteau from Kinshasa in Zaire brings to the ring a perfect professional record. 4 fights, 4 wins, 4 of them inside the distance. In the 3-round form of IBA boxing, the 2022 African Continental Championship silver medalist. That edition taking place in Maputo in Mozambique, losing in the gold medal bout against the man from Cameroon, Paul Donatien.
Золотого угла ринга из Республики Беларусь. Встречайте, Vladislav Smiahlikau.
Well, if you're a fan of IBA boxing, this man needs no introduction whatsoever. Vladislav Smiahlikau, outstanding operator and wonderful servant of IBA boxing over the years. This his professional debut. Olympic quarter-finalist in Tokyo, losing a really hard-fought battle to the eventual bronze medalist David Naika, the number 4 seed. Challenged Jayopataya for World Cruiserweight honors just a few months ago. Vladislav Smiahlikau preparing for his first outing in the professional ranks after a glittering career in the 3-round code.
Здесь, готовый к началу поединка, не знающий поражений боксер из Демократической Республики Конго. Ему 27 лет, его рост 188 сантиметров, вес 93 килограмма ровно. Прежде чем встать на путь профессионала, он становился чемпионом Африки, а сейчас владеет рекордом из 4 ничем не омраченных побед, 2 из которых он одержал досрочно. На ринг в Бресте, прямиком из Киншасы, dans le connois, prêt pour le combat, Dimuntu, Chapiteau. Опытный боксер из Гомеля в золотом углу ринга. Коллекцию его медалей тоже можно смело называть золотой. Он много раз побеждал на национальных и международных соревнованиях и заслужил гордое звание мастера спорта международного класса. Его вес 97 килограммов, рост 193 сантиметра. И сегодня, в 32 года, в статусе действующего чемпиона Республики Беларусь, он дебютирует на профессиональном ринге. И он готов. Vladislav Smiahlikau! Ответственный за происходящее в ринге Сергей Журкин, Россия.
Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
So Mr. Sergei Zhurkin with the final instructions. He the 3rd man in the ring in this battle between big boys. Making his professional debut is the man out of the gold corner wearing the white trunks trimmed with gold. He's the taller of the 2 operators. He's just stepped off the back foot to launch a left jab to the body, and that is Vladislav Smiahlikau, 32 years of age, from Gomel in Belarus. Took the silver medal in the multinational affair that is the European Games. The 2nd edition was held in Belarus, and he came away with a silver in the heavyweight division. His opponent, slightly shorter figure wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold, fighting out of the black corner, is Dimuntu Chapiteau, 27 years of age, from Kinshasa in DR Congo. Undefeated in the professional ranks. This is his first bout outside of the continent of Africa in the pro ranks. And this a contest scheduled for 6 rounds. Nice jab while moving to his left, twice in quick succession from Chapiteau. Counter right hand over the top from Smiahlikau, wasn't too far away. Approaching the halfway stage of this opening round. Nice movement in the pocket from Chapiteau. Corkscrew right hand is a really educated shot from Smiahlikau. Counter counter right hand again, and it's hurt. The man from DR Congo is backing up, trying to keep a poker face, but I think he was hurt by that counter shot. Now bringing straight rights into play as well as left hooks. Is Smiahlikau. Now he's complaining about rabbit punches. Is Chapiteau. I've seen him previously. He's been introduced as Chapiteau Dimuntu, but perhaps we've got a little bit of name bingo or a name salad going on here on the IBA.PRO stage, because he's been introduced here as Dimuntu Chapiteau. So that's how we refer to him for this contest. It's Smiahlikau. Who's had the upper hand in this contest. They just put Chapiteau onto the back foot, and again, look at the accuracy with which he's able to reach around the left defense with his right hand and then drop down effectively to the body. It might be his professional debut, but again, the multiple national titles, the Olympic appearance in Tokyo, where he just missed out on a podium after a really hard-fought battle against the number 4 seed. And bringing all of those skills to the IBA.PRO 5 stage here. There was the left hook, followed by the right hand. Followed by some nice head movements in the pocket from Chapiteau. Quality offer from Smiahlikau. Surely enough to give him the first round. At least that's how I saw it from my commentary position. So moving to the second round then. Trying to quicken his feet to close the gap is Chapiteau. He's got to somehow try and get inside the longer reach. Wasn't too far away with that lead right hand. Smiahlikau. Controlling things effectively with his feet and his lead left stick. Again, looking for that sneaky right hand is Chapiteau. Double jab, right hook not too far away from Smiahlikau, and then a spearing right cross which lands right on the jaw of Chapiteau. Chapiteau having a difficult time negating and getting inside the longer reach of the 2019 European Games silver medalist. Straight right hand driven on a downward trajectory to the body, followed by a thrusting jab. And Chapiteau's got his work cut out here. So 2 minutes gone in this opening round. Chapiteau trying to get his feet into range. And again, the distance is being controlled masterfully by Vladislav Smiahlikau. And again, reaching for the counter right hand, left jab. Chapiteau.
No slipping, slipping. Chapiteau.
Uppercut to the body from Smiahlikau, catching the advancing Chapiteau as he sought to launch another raiding attack. Some of the action from the second round. Good right hand over the top from Chapiteau. Again, nice movements in the pocket. Good use of the feet. 2022 African Championship silver medalist.
No slipping, okay?
So we move into the third round.
Stop! Stop! Box!
Again, dropping down nicely by varying his height and jabbing to the body before trying that right hand over the top is Chapiteau. And now he's quickening his feet and trying to put together more consistent attacks is Chapiteau. Speculative right hand was short by some distance as he sought to loop it over the top. Nice jab to the body from Chapiteau. Plenty of activity coming from the lead left hand. Oh, that is a cracking right hand lead. My goodness. Checks the chin of Chapiteau. He's backing up and continuing to picked off by another right hand as he's winding up shots. Going in search of his get back. But perhaps just losing his shape a little bit as he was looking for a home run just as he was there. Bombing away with the backhand in looping fashion, easily evaded by Smiahlikau. Good work to the body by the Belarusian boxer. He's stepping in with a speculative overhand right again. He's met by the counter from Smiahlikau. Touched up repeatedly by this backhand now is Chapiteau. Takes another jab to the body. Now he's trying to get himself back into it. He scores with a jab downstairs, but countered by a straight right over the top. Now backed up towards the neutral corner. Smiahlikau having a really good round in terms of accurate punch picking. Not too far away with the right hand lead once again. The scoring jab and then a right hand over the top from Chapiteau, just reminding Smiahlikau that he's in a contest, but again getting the better of the exchange, as it were, with the first and final word is Smiahlikau, and a clumping right hand threaded around the corner by the Tokyo Olympian. of the action from round number 3, and look at that for a lead right hand. Made his opponent miss. Slanting over hand right coming in from Chapiteau. He showed his competitive spirit by seeking to respond immediately, but he's so open when he's letting his hands go. Providing relatively easy pickings for a 3-round boxer as experienced as Smiahlikau.
Четвертый раунд. Round 4.
Box.
So to the second half of this contest we go. It's scheduled for 6. Smiahlikau seeking to measure his man with the left and then brings the right hand around the corner once again. Getting onto the front foot and thrusting out his jab consistently is Chapiteau, out of distance with the right hand once again. Smiahlikau really seeking to work that lead left before bringing the backhand into play. Remember the professional debut. Oh, that is a good right hand landed by Chapiteau, perhaps his best shot of the entire contest. But Smiahlikau barely blinked and fired back with an immediate response on the counter. Good work to the body by Chapiteau, digging in left hands to the right flank of the European Games silver medalist. Smiahlikau onto the front foot and working those straight shots once again. For all his experience in IBA boxing, Smiahlikau didn't compete in World Series boxing, so this represents brand new territory for him, coming out for the 4th 3-minute round of a contest scheduled for 6 in this his pro debut. So halfway through round number 4. Having success with the right hand once again and showing good variety with it, now clubbing in hooks that are catching Chapiteau flush. He's complaining about rabbit punches to the rear of the head and now find himself pinned against the ropes. He's trying to keep his opponent off, but Smiahlikau scoring effectively to both head and body before it becomes physical at close range on the inside. Arm bar applied as referee Mr. Sergei Zhurkin separated the two. It was plenty tough is Chapiteau Dimuntu. He's being outscored consistently by the professional debutant. On the resumption, he goes looking for the right hand lead once again. Double jab right hand defended effectively by the gloves of Chapiteau. Now he comes back with good left hand work to the body. Chapiteau again picked off by a left jab, left hook, then a right cross. And the full arsenal of Smiahlikau on display here. Looking for the right hand. Oh, that's a beautiful counter right uppercut landed by Smiahlikau. Chapiteau continuing to compete. I think he's being outpointed here through 4 rounds of boxing at the Victoria Sports Palace in Brest. Some of the action from round number 4. Real accuracy again with that right hand. Chapiteau always going in search of a response. But he's either side of his successes. He's being outworked, outpunched and outscored consistently. And nick above the right eye. Smiahlikau. One team getting to work on that injury. So to the 5th round then. Bout that was billed as being made 92 kilograms as both men letting their hands go at centre ring. But both of them coming in over the prescribed 92 kilogram limit. No complaints from either side. After the epic contest at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium last week where weight was such a talking point, I wonder... Oh, that's a cracking right hand. It was a roundhouse from Chapiteau. Just talking about weight for a moment, whether either of the men had to pay a penalty. 93 kilograms for Chapiteau, 97 for Smiahlikau. Chapiteau, perhaps aware of the fact that he's trailing in this contest on the cards, having real success as we take another look at the right hand on that picture-in-picture replay. Both men looking for bent arm successes, underneath with uppercuts and around the corner with hooks. Chapiteau, no doubting his intent, but his accuracy hasn't been what he would like it to be, as that injured right eye just beginning to leak once again for Smiahlikau. So his corner working on it in between rounds 4 and 5. The home fans seeking to encourage their fighter. The man coming out of the gold corner wearing the white trunks trimmed with gold. Taking on a bit of an attritional quality, this one now. Smiahlikau breathing through a mouth that's open, but he's continuing to seek to walk down his man. Chapiteau briefly turned southpaw, now bobbing and weaving, slipping and sliding out of that orthodox stance. But again, look at the right hand accuracy, landed at mid-range with a bent elbow from Smiahlikau, and he is in great condition, is Chapiteau, to withstand the bombs that are coming from an educated boxer such as Vladislav Smiahlikau. Beautiful jab once again from Smiahlikau. On the social channels, Chapiteau posted a well-crafted montage of his training regime and anchored that montage with the message, "I am ready." Tagging in Vladislav Smiahlikau, proving to be ready, but look at that for a combination. 4 shots, ended with a left hook and then a power-driving right cross, followed by a corkscrew right hand. Looking for the counter right hand to follow up his success was Smiahlikau. Just managed to be evaded by Chapiteau. Goes looking for the right hand once again, both through the middle and around the rear of the left glove, and this time he does get through the middle after he launched it once again without setting up the jab. Well, this man is plenty tough. He must be in terrific condition because he was picked off repeatedly by all manner of shots to the head. Smiahlikau feeling the pace as well. One being fought at a fair clip, considering that they both weighed in above the 92 kilogram prescribed limit. An example of the success enjoyed by Chapiteau, but there were far more of them produced by Smiahlikau. Terrific work with the lead left to set up the jab and then the right uppercut. Wonderful two-phase attack from Smiahlikau.
Ladies and gentlemen, round 6, final round.
So into the 6th and final round we go then. And we've got 3 judges using a 10-point muster system, but from my commentary position, Smiahlikau could well be on his way, or must be boxing a shutout to this point. Absolutely nothing wrong with the commitment of Chapiteau. He's had his own successes, particularly with that backhand, and remember at this weight class he has success with it twice in quick succession, followed by good work, jabbing to the body, hooking to the head, bringing right hand into play as well. And Chapiteau has come out with real purpose to begin this 6th and final round in a bout where he must be trailing on the scorecards. Beautiful right uppercut turned underneath by Smiahlikau. But in this weight division, remember, 92 kilograms, where Chapiteau has weighed in at 93 and Smiahlikau at 97. Well, not beyond the realms of possibility that if one of those haymakers lands deep in the 6th round, it could wipe out the punch resistance of the opponent. But I think that's the kind of territory that Chapiteau finds himself in here now. Nice defense with the left glove from Chapiteau to fend off the right cross that was fired in by Smiahlikau. There's Chapiteau looking for the counter right-handed. Smiahlikau advanced. Beautiful use of the left jab, twice in quick succession from Smiahlikau. It was a brisk start to the final round from Chapiteau. Enjoyed real success. Punches perhaps just losing a little bit of zip now, given the amount of work he did in the first half of the round. But again, the man's desire remains undimmed. Looking for that backhand over the top once again. Onto the front foot and scoring with the right hand lead before applying the arm bar is Smiahlikau. And it may be his professional debut, but he's showing that he's familiar with the dark arts and fighting on the edge of the rulebook. Chapiteau just seemingly run out of steam a little bit here, still has his wits about him enough to be defensively responsible and get his hands up to block those incoming shots with the forearms. Counter right hand success for Chapiteau, but letting hooks go furiously from both flanks was Smiahlikau. Now summoning up his last reserves of energy is Chapiteau. Big swing and a miss with the right hand over the top once again. Now claiming his man around the waist is Chapiteau. That's how the contest concludes. The presence of the man heading up IBA.PRO boxing, Mr. Alfiorau. The two boxers sharing a warm embrace after 6 hard-fought rounds of boxing. Don't think it was a difficult contest to score. Chapiteau, Dimuntu showing plenty of desire, determination and moments of quality as well, particularly at the start of the 6th round. Had success with his right hand throughout, showed a nice jab to the body, but the greater volume of work came from the man in the other corner. But as you'd expect from a man who claimed continental silver in the 2022 African Championships, Chapiteau Dimuntu certainly showing that he knows his way around the boxing ring. But I think he's been outworked and outscored by the professional debutant, Vladislav Smiahlikau of Belarus. Fought against the estimable Julia Castillo of Ecuador in the IBA Golden Belt event in Marrakesh. Beats the punch consistently on that night by the Ecuadorian veteran. And here tonight I feel he's been outworked by a man at the other end of the experience spectrum. Over 6 rounds now, Vladislav Smiahlikau. Very impressive display. Negotiated the 6 rounds effectively. Distance seemingly not holding any fears for him. Mr. Dimitriasanau Sr., father of the estimable Dimitriasanau Jr., prominent official and referee after his own fighting days. He's very much enjoying his boxing here at the Battle of Brest in the southwestern Belarusian city. Pointing out Mr. Dimitriasanau Sr., that was a shaven-headed figure in the smart suit jacket in the expensive suit here at the Victoria Sports Palace. Well, a gutsy display from Dimuntu Chapiteau Dimuntu. Again, could have a little bit of name bingo going on in terms of the nomenclature of the man from DR Congo. Brings to mind what my great friend and Commonwealth Games gold medalist and interim world champion Aliaksei told me. A man out of Edinburgh, said that he went to many a tournament during the course of his glittering career and was introduced as Arthur Alex. Let's get the official announcement from Sergei Petrov from our MC.
Уважаемые гости, это были 6 раундов мужского бокса. Поединок продлился всю дистанцию. И по его завершении единогласным решением судей победу одержал Владислав Smiahlikau.
So Vladislav Smiahlikau, a unanimous point decision victor on his professional debut. Wonderful to see that sportsmanship between the two boxers. Dimuntu Chapiteau deserves immense credit for the part that he played in what was a heavyweight affair at quite a high tempo. He had his own successes, but the greater volume of success on a consistent basis coming from the man from Gongora right here in Belarus. So a successful professional debut for Vladislav Smiahlikau. You take a look at some of the action from that 6-round heavyweight contest.
Спортивного телеканала «Матч Боец». Добро пожаловать на черно-золотой ринг. IBA.PRO Battle of Brest. Здесь, в Бресте, Республике Беларусь. Вы вовремя. Формула нашего следующего поединка 6 двухминутных раундов. И это значит, что вскоре на ринг выйдут девушки-боксеры из Беларуси и России. Бой пройдет в первом легчайшем весе. Помогите мне как следует встретить соперниц. Первый на ринг выходит боксер из России. Добро пожаловать, Елена Saveleva.
So into the arena is the estimable figure of Elena Saveleva. 40 years of age now, but my goodness, what a glittering career she produced in the 3-round format of IBA boxing. World Championship gold medalist, 2-time European champion, multiple Russian national champion, having taken the national crown on 6 occasions. And in Baku, in the opening edition of the 2015 European Games, she took gold in that tournament as well. Absolutely sensational. She brings a 10-fight professional record into this IBA.PRO 5 stage. She is currently 9-1.
Yulia Apanasovich.
Her opponent is at the other end of the experience spectrum in that she's making her professional debut. That is Yulia Apanasovich. Outstanding career in the 3-round format of IBA boxing to date. One suspects that that's not over yet. 2023 World Championship bronze medalist. Alongside to commentate the 2025 edition where she competed as well.
Черного ринга, заслуженный мастер спорта России по боксу. Ей 40 лет, ей вес 53,5 килограмма, рост 165 сантиметров. В ее арсенале 10 боев, 9 побед и 5 нокаутов. При единственном поражении родом из оружейной столицы России Тулы. Она привела бой из подмосковного Пушкина. И даже не спрашивайте, есть ли еще порох в пороховницах. Готов, цель, пли! Елена Saveleva! И сейчас я обращаю ваше внимание в золотой угол ринга. Здесь ждет начало своего первого профессионального боя мастер спорта Республики Беларусь международного класса. Ее активе 2 бронзовых медалей чемпионатов Европы и 1 бронза чемпионата мира. Ее рост 158 сантиметров, вес 53 килограмма и 100 граммов. Ей 28 лет. И сегодня ее дебют. Ее называют Скорпион. И она намерена жалить без жалости. Из города Гомеля Юлия Апанасович. Ответственный за происходящее в ринге Damjanovic, Сербия.
Head up, no holding, no low blow, listen to commands, touch the gloves.
So there, a look at the tail of the tape between these two highly decorated IBA boxers. Despite her own considerable accomplishments in the 3-round format of IBA tournament boxing, Yulia Apanasovich, woman wearing the white trunks trimmed with gold out of the gold corner, this her professional debut. The woman with the low-held relaxed guard, 40-year-old Elena Saveleva. And again, she scored with the right hand over the top. A career in the 3-round format of boxing that was simply sensational. Leading off with the left hand and finding the range. Saveleva looking to counter. Apanasovich. And there is, she does get through with the left hook over the low-held guard of the woman from Russia. Cracking contest in prospect here. Reaching for a left jab, but short of the mark was Apanasovich. Two speedsters in success of each in search of pot shot successes. Not too far away with the straight right hand. Saveleva. So that graphic is showing 3-minute rounds, but remember, in women's action, it is 2-minute rounds. And that's why the 10-second clapper is sounded. First round in the book was a skillful one indeed. Both boxers enjoying success because of their speedy skill sets. Some of the action from the opening round. You see the rapidity in the hands of Apanasovich. Keeping the attack going, sucking up smartly with Saveleva. Showing her quality. Her offensive output as well.
Time.
Второй раунд.
Box.
So into the second round, 2-minute rounds, remember, in women's boxing. And again, Apanasovich, wonderful variety of able to drop down and dig in that left hook beneath the right elbow of Saveleva. Straight right hand to the body. Apanasovich looking to get off first, pinning Saveleva in the corner and getting to work furiously to both head and body, keeping her composure. Now she switched to the southpaw stance. Good defenses with the lead hands. But through the first half of this second round, Apanasovich has been the busier boxer. More effective boxing. Look at that. Right cross to the body. Backs up. The former IBA world champion. Lead left is a scoring shot from Saveleva. First time in the ring since May of last year. For the boxer in black. Beautiful left jab from Apanasovich, and then she kept the attack going to make it a two-phase attack. And the shots may have been repelled by the defenses of Saveleva, but she knows she's in with a live one here tonight. Good defensive with the gloves once again. Looking for the right hand lead. Is Saveleva, but it's inaccurate. Darting jab, flicked out to the body by Apanasovich. Scoring left hand shot up from the belt line by Apanasovich. Terrific speed in evidence on these singles. Puffing right hand landed on the inside by the Belarusian boxer. So second round in the books, and again she really set her stall out to begin round number 2 with Yulia Apanasovich eschewing the stall as she received instructions from her coaches over in that gold corner. Some of the action from round number 2. She came out of a blistering clip to begin the second round with Apanasovich scoring to both head and body, keeping Saveleva in a confined position. Not all of the shots got through, but they were keeping Saveleva occupied to such an extent she was unable to really consider her own offense. She was busy on the defensive. Once again, into the third round, it's a quick start behind a lightning fast left jab from Apanasovich. To vary it to both body and head. Again, trying to distract Saveleva with that low held right hand as well, waving it out laterally to her right. Good right hand lead from Saveleva, really got plenty of back foot into that shot. And now just bringing that right hand up to fend off and parry the incoming fire from the Belarusian boxer in white. Turn southpaw once again, second time she's done so in this contest. Just cakewalking her way forward, reminiscent of Jersey Joe Walcott. Prior to George Foreman was the oldest man to win the heavyweight title. Jersey Charles to claim the crown. Assisting as a southpaw is Saveleva. Beautiful left jab, it's a ramrod from Apanasovich. Exchange of jabs saw Apanasovich as a more explosive three-shot salvo, straight punches to body and head from Apanasovich. For the right hand over the top and left hook, and then a cracking left jab snapped out once again by Apanasovich. Nice scoring left jab or left hand from Saveleva, who's persisting as a southpaw. Another round of high skill once again, but for my money it's just one of greater activity, volume and variety. She'll take that round on the scorecard. But remember, we've got 3 judges using the 10-point must system. Apanasovich boxing very well indeed through the first half of this contest.
Секундантный за ринг. Четвертый раунд.
So into the second half of this contest we go. Mention the fact that Saveleva is playing world and European honours in the three-round format of IBA boxing. She beat Kim Hai-song of the People's Republic of Korea in the opening round in London 2012. She became the first ever women's boxer to secure a victory at the Olympic Games. Not only is she claimed continental world gold, she's got a full set of medals, gold, silver and bronze from each of those events. So just looking to control things with stiff, straight singles with Saveleva. Again, still demonstrating sharp reflexes when catching that incoming offense from Apanasovich. Oh, beautiful counter left hand off the back foot from Saveleva. Again, lead left hook from Saveleva. Look at that double left hand. The second one did get through from Apanasovich. Committing to that backhand. She looped it over the top was Saveleva. Closing seconds of this fourth round. Saveleva back in the orthodox stance after spending the majority of rounds 2 and 3 as a southpaw. Doing a good job of grinding her way into contention during that stanza. Not sure it was enough to win the round, but certainly a more active round from the 2010 IBA World Champion. Boxers with success with their lead hands. So much ringcraft on display between these two quality operators. We're moving to round number 5. Come out altogether busier to begin this fifth frame. Here's Apanasovich. It was the professional debut for Apanasovich. A few years ago was one of the candidates for the IBA Athletes Committee, which comprised of 10 people, 5 men, 5 women, representing each of the 5 continental bodies represented to give athletes a voice in matters concerning them in terms of tournament infrastructure, tournament schedule, and rules. Mouthpiece dislodged during the course of that exchange, and it's the sharp shooting successes of Saveleva that has dislodged the gum shield of Apanasovich. Just on the halfway stage of this round, as we take a look at the picture-in-picture replay to show the short right hand which dislodged the gum shield of the 2023 World Championship bronze medalist, but she's setting about her task with customary sharpness on the resumption. Beautiful stiff left from Saveleva, who continues to show her quality, followed by a roundhouse right and another left jab. This is wonderful pot-shotting from Saveleva, who's pinning her opponent to terrific effect during this passage of round number 5. Good thrusting jab to the body landed by Apanasovich. Right hand was long from Saveleva. Terrific round of boxing. Saveleva with some real quality during the course of that 2-minute frame. From round number 5. So into the 6th and final round of this women's 52-kilogram contest. A real joy to behold this one. Quality through the roof. Right hand was an effective shot from Apanasovich. Boxer wearing the white trimmed with gold, and again she's starting this round brisk. Oh, that is a cracking reverse 1-2. Right hand, left hook from Apanasovich, and then putting the glove up to the temple to fend off the right hand that came back from Saveleva. And having enjoyed a terrific 5th round, Apanasovich showing her competitive instincts, because she has come out to assert her authority in this round in no uncertain terms.
No holding. No holding.
Saveleva picked off by left hand in the final shot of that exchange, and they're looking for the reverse 1-2 again. Right hand to the body, left hook upstairs is Apanasovich. Both boxers still believing that they can win, but I think it's Saveleva who needs a massive final round because of the insurance built up by Apanasovich in the first half of the contest. How about that for a 3-shot salvo to the body, rattling the ribs of Saveleva. Saveleva holds her arms out contemptuously, as if to say, well, they're not having any effect, but they're certainly scoring shots. The experienced professional has been beaten to the punch for the majority of the contest by the professional debutante. But this has been a joy to witness here at the Victoria Sports Palace in Brest, because the skills and the ring craft in evidence from both of these decorated boxers from the 3-round code has been simply beautiful. The boxers competing right up until the final bell. But as the final bell sounds to conclude that contest in the 52-kilogram flyweight division, well, I think that this woman is going to be declared as the victor. Light flyweight in the professional ranks, of course, 52 kilograms, just below the superfly limit of 115 pounds. It's 114.6 to be precise, and flyweight is 112 pounds. But 2 pocket dynamos producing a brilliant display of competitive boxing. But I think it is Yulia Apanasovich from Gomel in Belarus will get the better of the highly decorated Elena Saveleva. She showed her qualities. I just don't think she was allowed to show them on a consistent enough basis to see her hand raised as the victor here tonight. Savelava's 3-round record reads like a who of the pioneer of a who's who of the pioneers in women's boxing. In fact, she's got a full set of medals from both World and European Championships. After a triumph in 2010, she came away with a bronze in the event in China, losing to Nicola Adams. And at the 2012 Olympics, it was a quarter-final finish where she was bested by Ren Cantan, and Nicola Adams beating that iconic gold medal bout to claim the first of her consecutive Olympic gold medal. that's a measure of the quality and the accomplishment of Elena Saveleva. I think she's going to be bested here tonight by the woman draped in the Belarusian flag, Yulia Apanasovich. So, still awaiting the appearance of tonight's MC, Sergei Petrov, known as Grom, which he informed me when we worked the tournament together means thunder. Here's the verdict.
Если кто имел неосторожность иметь скепсис, все сомнения развеяны. Это был поединок, который стал настоящим украшением вечера. Дайте аплодисментов. На ринге Юлия Апанасович и Елена Савельева. Этот напряженный поединок продлился все 6 раундов. И по его завершении мы обращаемся к судейским запискам. Судья номер 1, 58-56, Апанасович. Судья 2, 57-57, ничья. Судья 3, 58-56, Апанасович. Большинством голосов судей в этом поединке победу одержала боксер золотого угла ринга из Гомеля Юлия Апанасович.
So Yulia Apanasovich declared a victor on points over the accomplished figure of Elena Saveleva. Fantastic display of ring craft, variety, composure under fire, and boxing skills on both the front and the back foot. Yulia Apanasovich, a successful professional debut. Elena Saveleva in her first contest since May of last year. Her professional record. Well, it's a loss in IBA.PRO, which won't necessarily go on her professional record in the event that she chooses for it not to do so. IBA.PRO, this brand new format of boxing, inaugurated earlier this year. Clear mission to redefine the professional boxing landscape, putting the best talents against one another, as we've seen here, all under one umbrella. Keeping boxers busy, seeing them gain valuable experience, and what a night on which to make a debut against a figure such as Elena Saveleva for Yulia Apanasovich. So they're the contests that we've had in the book so far. The debutante, Salotskikh from Belarus, stopped in the 3rd round after a clash of heads caused a significant injury over his left eye. So we're going to have a slight break here because of television commitments. Our next contest, bout number 4, between Pavel Silyagin of Russia and Carlos Gongora of Ecuador, will start at the top of the hour. Our next 2 contests are the main and co-main events, not ending the contest not ending the bill of bouts as is traditionally the case, but because of local television requirements, our co-main and main events will be coming up next at the top of the hour in just over 5 minutes time, as we continue IBA.PRO 5, coming to you from the Victoria Sports Palace in Brest, southwest Belarus. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back at the top of the hour for more IBA.PRO 5 action.
Уважаемые гости, ровно в 20:00 мы будем готовы продолжить наши поединки поединками основного карта в прямом эфире белорусского телевидения и российского федерального спортивного телеканала Матч ТВ. В нашем распоряжении 5 минут, и после этого по команде ровно мы выйдем в эфир и продолжим поединки сегодняшнего карта. Надеюсь, то, что вы успели увидеть, вам понравилось, и если это так, дайте нам об этом знать. Вы прекрасная публика. Огромное вам спасибо. часов 00 минут, и мы приветствуем аудиторию Российского федерального спортивного телеканала Матч ТВ. Здесь, в год 80-летия Великой Победы, близ покрытых неувидаемой славой стен крепости героя Брест, мы продолжаем поединки международного вечера бокса BAPRO IBA.PRO 5 Battle of Brest. Промоутерская компания IBA.PRO в сотрудничестве с Белорусской Федерацией бокса и студией спорта Top Gym и при всесторонней поддержке Брестского областного исполнительного комитета представляют вашему вниманию поединки основного карда. Главное и главное события нашего вечера пройдут в полутяжелой весовой категории. Павел Silyagin из Новосибирска против эквадорского панчера Карлоса Гонгоры. 8 раундов и 10 чемпионских раундов. За вакантный титул чемпиона мира по версии IBA.PRO Алиaksei Alfiorau из Республики Беларусь против Инgelresta из Королевства Бельгия. Вечер бокса проходит под патронатом Международной ассоциации бокса IBA. Промоутер события, генеральный директор IBA.PRO Алиaksei, супервайзер IBA.PRO Максим Чертаковцев, Молдова, боковые судьи и рефери, Валерий Пастухов, Молдова, Вячеслав Титов, Беларусь, Сергей Журкин, Россия и Бобан Дамьянович, Сербия, судья-хронометрист Валерий Кеков, врач у ринга Александр Желмирович. Уважаемые гости и зрители, спасибо, что вы с нами. И добро пожаловать на арену Дворца спорта «Виктория» в городе Бресте, Республике Беларусь. Мы начинаем поединки основного карда вечера профессионального бокса BAPRO IBA.PRO 5 Battle of Brest. И прямо сейчас вашему вниманию главное событие вечера. 8 раундов профессионального бокса в полутяжелой весовой категории. Павел Silyagin из Новосибирска против Карлоса Гонгоры из города Тена, Республики Эквадор. Первым в черный угол ринга из Эквадора, el primero en la rincón negra desde Ecuador, Carlos Gongora.
So into the arena steps Carlos Gongora, a terrific professional, two-time Olympian, having represented Ecuador across 2 Olympic Games. Outstanding boxer, taking 2 Pan Am Games bronze medals in 2007 and 2011. Carlos Gongora up the 3 steps, having competed at the Olympic Games in Beijing and at 2012 in London. Back in the ring for the first time since June of last year. 25-fight professional record under his belt.
Встречайте, Pavel Silyagin.
His opponent is the undefeated professional Pavel Silyagin. 16 bouts as a professional, 15 wins, 7 of them inside the distance, 1 draw, 0 defeats, and he too brings in a glittering set of accolades from the 3-round format of IBA boxing. Commentated on him winning 2015 World Championship bronze at 81 kilograms, winning 3 contests out of 4, and it took the estimable figure of Julio Cesar La Cruz, the Cuban maestro, to keep him out of the final. La Cruz en route to one of his 5 IBA World Championship golds.
Килограммов 700 граммов. Ему 35 лет, и он не терял времени даром. Дважды он представлял Эквадор на Олимпийских играх в 2008 и 2012 годах. А в 2020 завоевал титул чемпиона мира по версии IBO во 2-м среднем весе. Его обширный профессиональный рекорд составляют 25 поединков. В их числе 22 победы, 17 из которых одержаны нокаутом и 3 поражения. Таков его путь. Из города Тена, Республики Эквадор. direttamente desde la selva de Tena, Napo, el guerrero del Ecuador, Carlos Carlitos Way Gongora! В золотом углу ринга русский боксер из столицы Сибири. Ему 31 год, рост 186 сантиметров, вес 79 килограммов 150 граммов. Сдержанный и спокойный, он никого из себя не строит. Зато построил дом, растит 2 детей и продолжает строить карьеру. В его активе 16 поединков, 15 побед, 7 из которых одержаны нокаутом и 1 ничья. Родом из Новокузнецка, он прибыл боксировать из Новосибирска. Без лишних слов, на ринг в Бресте Павел Silyagin! Рефери этого поединка Валерий Пастухов, Молдова.
Head up, check him. Good luck.
So Mr. Valery Pastuhov with the final instructions as we take a look at the quick tail of the tape ahead of this battle between experienced boxers. And we are underway. 2 incredibly accomplished, experienced figures facing off in a bout made at 79.4 kilograms. That is just above the light heavyweight limit of 175 pounds. It's scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. And the southpaw wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold is Carlos Gongora, 2-time Olympian from Ecuador. He's just taken a cracking combination punctuated by a left hook from the man wearing the white trimmed with gold, and that is Pavel Silyagin, 31 years of age. He too, so much experience under his belt with that 2015 World Championship bronze and 2015 European Games bronze. Undefeated in 16 professional contests, the man who just scored with that right jab to the body. Beautiful movement around the target from Silyagin. Carlos Gongora back in the ring for the first time since June of last year, when he dropped his 3rd contest. But to give you an idea as to how good a boxer Gongora is, the 3 losses that he's dropped on his record came against Lester Martinez, who's just backed up by Silyagin there. Christian Mbili, the former Olympian, who's continuing to rumble his way through the professional ranks. And Lerone Richards, Sniper the Boss. And the rematch between Joe Parker and Derek Chisora. I was ringside for his sojourn into Manchester back in December 2021. Nice right jab upstairs, left uppercut to the body from Gongora. Gongora just making his man fall short with a jab, and both men pivoting around the target at mid-range, just beyond the halfway stage of this opening round. Beautiful corkscrew right hand, the final shot on that 3-punch combination, and Silyagin flying through the gears once again as he pinned Gongora to the ropes. So Gongora operating out of that southpaw stance. Looking to keep his foot on the outside of that of Silyagin. Silyagin doing an outstanding job moving around the target and then closing the distance on quick feet. Wonderful punch picking once again from Silyagin. Going in search of the southpaw left was Gongora, but again able to ghost away around the clock face was Silyagin, and moving laterally wonderfully to his left to keep that jab going while remaining out of reach of the southpaw backhand of Gongora. High quality on display in that first round, and this man finding his range immediately. some of the action from the first round. Exchange of jabs, but keeping the attack going to perhaps have the final word was Silyagin. But no panic in evidence from either boxer. You'd expect nothing less given their level of attainment both during their 3-round careers and in the professional ranks. Already highlighted the quality and position of your career you need to be at if you hope to get the best of Carlos Gongora. Fancied for a medal in his first Olympic appearance in 2008 in the 75 kilogram middleweight division, but was bested at the quarter-final stage by Vijender Singh with that historic run to the medal podium for India in the Chinese capital. Burst of featherlight punches, plenty of activity from Silyagin, is scoring with a good right jab and left cross to the body is Gongora. His second Olympic appearance, it was the outstanding Kazakh boxer Adalbek Nizimbatov who came away with silver. He bested him in the round of 16. From Ecuador, but long-time resident in Boston, Massachusetts. The former holder of the IBO world title. Beautiful work to the body, rib rattling shots slung in from Silyagin. Oh, that's a cracking right hand lead to jolt the head back and then work dropping down to the body is Silyagin. Gongora being put under sustained pressure here. Trying to keep his composure, but he's got to show the referee that he's not being overwhelmed and that he remains in control of his wits and his senses. Intelligently claims his man around the waist, because that was a really good passage of the round produced by Pavel Silyagin. Showing variety once again as he scored effectively both upstairs and downstairs. Wonderful left jab, snaking in between the high-held gloves of Gongora. And Gongora consistently being beaten to the punch here. Now Hook's getting around the rear of his defenses once again to swivel his head sideways, and then another jab through the middle, and his defenses are proving rather porous through this passage of the second round. So how will he elect to play it? Looking for the southpaw left, but couldn't find a range, Gongora. Good work to the body once again from Silyagin as he seeks to bring those hands down to open up the avenues of opportunity to the head. Lead left hook is a beautiful shot from Silyagin once again. Well, I suggested that he found his range immediately in the open round, and he only demonstrated that further in round number 2, did Pavel Silyagin. Wonderful variety and evidence during the course of that second round, and that gesture from Gongora, I could interpret that as signs of bad body language. He's turning his palms to the ring lights as if to say, what do I do with this guy? Because he was touched up and scored upon with practically every shot in the book to both head and body. Wonderful 3 minutes of boxing from Pavel Silyagin, who is in complete control through 2 completed rounds.
Третий раунд. Round 3.
Round 3 of an IBA professional contest that is scheduled for 8. And it hasn't quite been one-way traffic, but it's been this type of performance from Pavel Silyagin so far, right on cue, exploding with a volley of punches, and Gongora unable to respond with any type of consistent offense. Reverse 1, 2, 3 again, right hand, left hook, followed by another right hand. The left hook sneaking around the high-held southpaw right of Gongora. But his defenses have been breached on a regular basis through the 2 completed rounds And 50 seconds of this third round so far. There's a good southpaw left from Gongora. Former IBO super middleweight champion of the world with perhaps his best scoring shot of the entire contest. But leading off once again as he spins around the target is Silyagin, then drives in a right hand to the body of Gongora. Gongora, 35 years of age, as he goes in search of the southpaw left, not too far away, but he is having more success when he quickens his feet and kept the attack going. So just inaccurate with the southpaw left, Gongora, beyond the halfway stage of this third round. Dipping at the knees now and showing head movement, which is good from Carlos Gongora, because when he was trying to remain upright and on his toes, he was scored upon far too frequently from his corner, for his corner's liking. So making an adjustment, as you would expect a boxer of his experience and ability to do, and crucially, he still has the capacity to demonstrate that ability to adapt. None other than the great Joe Louis, longest reigning heavyweight champion in history, said that he knew his time was up. He characterized himself as an old fighter when he knew what to do, could see what to do, but simply couldn't execute in time to avoid the incoming fire, resulting in that iconic image of him being draped over the bottom rope. The Brockton blockbuster Rocky Marciano in his ill-advised comeback. Beautiful work to the body once again by Pavel Silyagin. Closing seconds of the third round. A better round for Carlos Gongora, but I don't think he's done nearly enough to win the round. But showing his experience, showing signs of competitive spirit, and making the adjustment after Pavel Silyagin fairly dominated the second round in particular, and was the clearly better boxer in round one as well. Well, Gongora with more success during the course of that third round, as evidenced by that sharp, straight southpaw left. His best shot of the entire contest as we move into round number 4. So referee Mr. Valery Pastuhov just sending both boxers to a neutral corner before calling time to begin the fourth round. Wonderful right jab from Gongora. He seemingly has found his distance now. Silyagin attempting to counter with the right hand to the body, but it was inaccurate. Heads coming dangerously close together there in this battle between orthodox and southpaw boxer. Thankfully, there was no clash and no harm done. But Gongora altogether more active. Remember, at the end of the second round, was it? He turned his palms up to the ring lights as if to say, what do I do with this guy? But in round number 3 and here in round number 4, seems an altogether different boxer. More dynamic, varying his height as he seeks to get forward over that southpaw lead right leg. Not too far away with the lead right jab is Silyagin, teasing in and out on his toes. Reaching for that left jab and wasn't too far away with it. Counter right hook is a wonderfully educated shot from Gongora, and he had the final word with the left cross during the course of what was a high-quality exchange. But Silyagin keeping the attack going, making it a two-phase attack, and just seeking to put Gongora under pressure near the ropes. Now the action back at center ring. But a wonderful passage of the bout. High level in evidence from both of these accomplished operators. Just beyond the halfway stage, lead left hook got behind the right glove of Gongora from Silyagin. Right hand down the middle from Silyagin, followed by a double jab which snaps the head back of Gongora. And he's got to get that head movement going again, which he started demonstrating in the third and kept going here in the fourth. But now it's Silyagin getting on top again with another good passage of the round. So Silyagin was seeking to make another trip around the clock face there, but instead ended up falling into his man. So I think Carlos Gongora putting his perspective across to the referee, Mr. Valery Pastuhov there, saying, well, I'm not holding. But that's his interpretation, and on the resumption it's Silyagin who has got the better of the action. And now Silyagin momentarily turning southpaw as he walks his feet across, spinning in the pocket once again. Fantastic pivot move to spin around his opponent, and all of the time Gongora is having to readjust and go in pursuit of his man once more. That takes time off the clock, and in this round time hasn't been on his side, because that's a terrific response by Pavel Silyagin. After Carlos Gongora sought to get himself back into the contest in the third, I don't think he did enough to take it, but it was his best round to date, punctuated by a cracking left cross out of the southpaw stance. But Silyagin just asserting his authority once again with some wonderful quality during the course of that fourth round. Perfect judgment of distance in that three-shot combination with the right cross and final jab to end the three-shot salvo. So into the second half of this contest we go. Pavel Silyagin's successes in the three-round code of IBA tournament boxing came all over the world. But his professional career has been boxed exclusively in his homeland. Here he is fighting on the professional stage in Belarus as he scores with another jolting left jab. Keeps the jab going once again. Carlos Gongora resides in Boston, Massachusetts, despite being a proud representative of the South American nation of Ecuador. World Championship appearances at the USA 2008, Hamburg 2009 and Baku, Azerbaijan 2011. Didn't have the privilege of commentating on Chicago 2007. And that only World Championships I've not covered in some time. It was ringside in Baku to see Gongora. And again it's Silyagin always seeking to have the final word in these exchanges. But no panicking evidence from Gongora, but into the second half of the bout I suggest that he's going to have to pick up the pace here, because he must be trailing with 4 completed rounds in the book. Again, lead left hook countered smartly by Gongora. The lead left hook came from Silyagin. Again, spinning in the pocket and getting the better of that exchange, because it was a sneaky southpaw left scored by Gongora. Clever right uppercut followed by left uppercut and right hook from Gongora. And now he is picking up the pace, drives his man back with a right cross, a right jab and left cross. Silyagin may have been momentarily stunned by that, but he answered back just to keep Gongora honest and prevent him from getting greedy. But that's the type of quality we were anticipating in this contest, given the quality of both men, the accomplishments of both men. Again, 12-round distance holds no fears for either of them. Pavel Silyagin, former WBC silver super middleweight champion, going the 12-round distance to win and retain that title. And Carlos Gongora, of course, the holder of that the holder of that IBO title.
Listen to me. Head up. Action.
Before turning over to the pro ranks, as again on the resumption, it's Silyagin who ensures that he gets off first and just leaving an active conclusion to round number 5 in the minds of the judges, just peppering the belt line. A pinging left jab to conclude that 5th round. Again, it's a joy to behold the quality that we're witnessing here, but this man, I think he's trailing. There's got to be something drastic and urgent to get himself back into contention here. Of course, there is the possibility of ending things inside the distance. Now he's looking to remain cool under fire, but the punches from Silyagin continuing to come in clusters just made him uncomfortable for a couple of moments.
Seconds out. Секунданты за ринг. 6th round. Round 6.
Round 6 then of a contest scheduled for 8, 79.4 kilograms, just above the 175-pound light heavyweight limit. The right jab was a scoring shot from Carlos Gongora, two-time Pan Am Games bronze medalist, who must be trailing in this contest. But of his 22 victories, there's another punishing right jab pistoned out by Gongora. Of his 22 victories, 17 have come inside the distance for a 77% KO ratio. So he does have that type of weaponry in his armor, but he's going up against an undefeated boxer tonight. And by definition, they don't know how to lose. So Gongora, who's moved smartly in the pocket there to dip beneath the incoming fire and spin around the target to render his man inaccurate, dropping down with a good stab jab to the body. Silyagin looking to answer with offensive successes upstairs. But he's going to need a big conclusion to the contest, and of course there is always the possibility of taking your man out inside the distance. It's going to be, the onus is going to be on Gongora. Wonderful lead left hand out of the southpaw stance from Gongora to catch Silyagin as he was firing himself. Eye-catching shot, another looping left hand out of the southpaw stance from Gongora, who enjoyed a cracking 3rd round. Again, I don't think it was enough to win the round. Picked off by a strong left jab. Looks to counter with a roundhouse southpaw left, does Gongora. A ring generalship from both. Pleasing indeed. Silyagin pinning Gongora against the ropes. He was square, inviting pressure, and he'd just gone from one set of the ropes to the other. Wonderful portion of the round for Silyagin. A little bit surprised at that tactic employed by Gongora to invite pressure on one set of the ropes, then just go across the ring and take up residence on another set of ropes. So Silyagin putting together a strong conclusion to the round here. And Gongora footwork just a little untidy as he tottered counterclockwise to his right. Now he's got his stance back beneath him. Oh, look at that work with the right hand. Hooks turned into uppercuts and then bringing the left hand into play, Silyagin. Wonderful forward foray to apply a sustained burst of pressure against Carlos Gongora. Gongora allowing himself a wry grin, perhaps shooting it in the direction of referee Mr. Valery Pastuhov, saying, well, hold on, you're speaking to me about holding and infringements. Where's your verbal admonishment in the direction of Silyagin? Another quality round, defiant grin of that gum shield from Gongora, but I think it's a round that he will have lost, despite having his own moments during the course of that 3-minute frame.
Секунданты заряд. Седьмой раунд. Round 7.
So as we move into round number 7, Carlos Gongora, he needs a massive couple of rounds, or more efficiently, preferably a stoppage. He had success with his southpaw right, countered by a snapping left jab from Silyagin. And again, reverse 1-2, right cross, left jab from Silyagin, getting in between the wide-held gloves of Gongora. And how about that for lead right hands to the body? Sharp, straight, snappy, straight above the belt line. Gongora complaining, and then he's picked off by a right uppercut as he retreated to the ropes once again. Fighting off the ropes, an art in itself, of course, but it hasn't been too effective a tactic for my money from Gongora, and I'm not quite sure what he's complaining to referee Mr. Valery Pastuhov about. Because this is the name of the game. Hit without reply as he runs into another jolting left hand from Silyagin. Well, snarled defiantly into the camera as he made his way back to the black corner at the end of round number 6. Did Gongora, suggesting that he's got plenty of spirit, fighting spirit and energy left. But he's got to demonstrate those qualities in the heat of battle here in the boxing ring. Because he must be trailing, as again Silyagin doing an outstanding job moving laterally both left and right around the target. Scores downstairs and up to the head. That trip to the canvas ruled a slip by the referee, Mr. Valery Pastuhov. Left jab to the body on the resumption from Silyagin. Well, not quite sure whether Gongora is trying to lay a trap here as he's picked off by a fusillade of punches to both head and body. And this is bad body language coming from Gongora here. He flexed his right glove as though he might have a problem with his hand. His hands came down, he looked to his corner, went walkabout for a little bit. His 3 losses, all of them have come on points against undefeated prospects. That's what he's in the ring against tonight. But he needs a knockout here now, surely. Because he would have to enjoy a dominant final 3.5 minutes, sending his man to the floor repeatedly if he hoped to get back into contention on points. A rather strange interlude here in round number 7 by Carlos Gongora, who's being outscored, outworked. And Pavel Silyagin showing wonderful variety in his full repertoire. He's varied his height beautifully, working effectively to both head and body. And Gongora, well, he's looking at that right hand once again. A little bit of a stumble as he made his way back to the black corner. And this man has got to take his man out of there inside the final 3 minutes, because Silyagin must be ahead by a considerable distance on the scoring cards of the 3 judges. Another look at some of the action from round number 7. Gongora with a trip to the canvas. That rightly ruled a slip, but just a little bit of negative body language coming from Gongora during the course of that second round. Looking a little bit sorry for himself, and he's got to get himself together here now and go for the knockout if he hopes to have his hand raised as the victor. Remember, this is IBA.PRO boxing, so it won't necessarily go onto his professional record, but he's been met with a stern test against another undefeated prospect tonight. And those are the 3 men, or the 3 men who have bested Carlos Gongora, all brought not only undefeated but perfect records into the boxing ring. I wonder whether this is turning into something of a survival mission here now for Gongora, because again, he's looked at his right hand a couple of times in round number 7. Now he's going for it with a southpaw backhand. Picked off by another piston-like straight shot from Silyagin. Keeping an eye to see how often he's throwing that right hand. He's feinting with it aplenty. Has his wits about him to the extent that he can engage in some non-verbal communication with Silyagin's corner. Here you see he throws a southpaw left hand once again, not setting it up with the right hand. I just wonder whether it's been damaged to make it too painful to throw. Because he had his hands full, speculating of course, but if he has injured it, that lead right hand, his hands were full with the variety and movement and ring craft of Pavel Silyagin. And if you're rendered a one-handed fighter because of an injury, well, it makes it an altogether more difficult task. So no signs that Carlos Gongora is going in search of the KO that he needs. And again, the bad body language, at least that's how I saw it from my commentary position, that was coming from him in round number 7. I just wonder whether he has sustained an injury to that southpaw lead right hand. You see how he threw the southpaw left and spun around to end up as an orthodox boxer. There's been very little coming from his lead right hand other than feinting, as his defense is penetrated once again by accurate straight punching from Silyagin, who spun around the target, put his man on the ropes, and then picked him off with another right cross. It's been a very accomplished display from Pavel Silyagin, who's en route to extending his unbeaten professional record. There was a punch without real purpose from the lead right hand of Gongora. And this, even though it's IBA.PRO boxing and again won't necessarily go onto the professional ledgers of the boxers, it will do Pavel Silyagin's confidence a world of good to know that he has gotten the better, and not just got the better, but fairly dominated a former IBO world champion. Well, that will continue to strengthen his belief. Oh, Carlos Gongora just going walkabout before returning to his black corner. I think he knows that it's not going to be his night. Showed moments of the quality you would expect from a 2-time Olympian, 3-time participant in IBA World Championships, and 2-time Pan Am Games bronze medalist. Pavel Silyagin, when Gongora sought to launch a rally, particularly in the 3rd round where he had a really eye-catching success with a southpaw left cross. Well, thereafter, Silyagin asserted his authority and, dare I say it, dominance once again. And speculating, of course, that he sustained an injury to that right hand, but he was inactive during the course of round number 8. So one suspects it's going to be a unanimous points decision victory in our co-main event for Pavel Silyagin in this contest made just above the light heavyweight limit of 175 pounds. 79.4 kilograms to be exact. Sergei Petrov Grom in position to deliver the announcement after 8 rounds of boxing.
В центре ринга. Отведенные им 8 раундов позади. И в этом поединке единогласным решением судей победу одержал Pavel Silyagin. Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds of boxing, your winner by unanimous decision, Pavel Silyagin, Russia.
So there's confirmation of a unanimous point decision victory for Pavel Silyagin, the undefeated prospect out of Russia. Showing wonderful movement as he now shares his post-fight thoughts with Sergei Petrov, tonight's MC.
Для телезрителей России это был удивительный бой, где ты как будто бы контролировал все. Это непростой парень, участник 2 Олимпиад, титулованный, с огромным рекордом, и ты просто ничего не позволял ему делать. В чем секрет подготовки? Как строили подготовку к этому бою?
Насчет секретов, это к тренеру. Я просто выполняю то, что он говорит, я ему доверяю. А вообще, начал я с клуба «Спортивная линка», это в городе Новокузнецке, потом клуб «Первомаец», и сейчас клуб «Сузунец» вот с данным тренером Юрием Викторовичем. Всех благодарю за поддержку.
Еще раз подтверждает, что то, что выглядит легко, на самом деле дается большим трудом. Это был Павел Silyagin, триумфатор сегодняшнего поединка. На ринге в Бресте он завоевал свою 16-ю.
So Pavel Silyagin sharing his post-fight thoughts with the crowd in attendance here at the Victoria Sports Palace in Brest. Let's take a look at some of the action that earned him a unanimous points decision victory. Carlos Gongora, competitive, particularly in the third round. He did his best work, always in the contest for the first 6 rounds, but not doing enough to win the contest. And then in the 7th round, just appeared a little bit uncomfortable. And in the 8th round, well, his southpaw right hand was almost non-existent in terms of the activity he was able to produce with it. Not a problem for Pavel Silyagin, who showed a wide repertoire of punches, wonderful movements, and real composure during the course of what was a unanimous point decision win. So that was our co-main event, and up next, our main event, featuring Belarus's favorite boxing son, Alfiorau, former World Championship medalist in the 2021 edition in Serbia at the Belgrade Arena.
Уважаемые гости и зрители, Вашему вниманию главное событие вечера профессионального бокса «Бэтбум» IBA.PRO Battle of Brest. Серебряный призер чемпионата мира, мастер спорта Республики Беларусь международного класса Алексей Alfiorau и действующий чемпион Бельгии Ingelrest в бою за титул чемпиона мира в полутяжелом весе по версии IBA.PRO. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the land of heroes, right next to the legendary Brest Hero Fortress in the Republic of Belarus. The time has come for 10 uncompromising rounds for the IBA.PRO Light Heavyweight Championship of the World. Первым на ринг претендент на титул из Бельгии. Прошу приветствовать. First to step into the ring, the contender from Belgium, all the way from the city of Ghent, Ingelrest.
Well, what a moment in the career of Ingelrest. 13-fight professional record, undefeated to date, 12 wins and a draw. Preparing to fight outside of his homeland for the first time as a professional. 4 of those wins in his 12 coming inside the distance. 25 years of age is the man from Ghent as he steps up in the presence of IBA President Mr. Umar Kremlev, battling for that beautiful belt, the IBA Professional World title in the light heavyweight division.
В золотой угол ринга выходит боксер из Республики Беларусь. And now, fighting out of the Republic of Belarus, Sustrakaitse, Aliaksei Alfiorau.
Aliaksei Alfiorau is a wonderfully accomplished IBA boxer. 25 years of age, made his professional debut in July of 2023, won that contest in Yekaterinburg, and the IBA professional stage lost his IBA.PRO debut against Laurent Alfonso, the world champion who represents Azerbaijan. The man from Cuba lost on a split decision over 6, last in the ring on IBA cards in February of last year, where he scored a fourth round stoppage over Artem Agiev of Russia.
События. Под ваши аплодисменты добро пожаловать на ринг. Президент Международной ассоциации бокса IBA, President of the International Boxing Association, Umar Nazarovich Kremlev.
So IBA President Mr. Umar Kremlev.
И прошу приветствовать промоутера, генерального директора IBA.PRO Алла Сиесту. Приглашаем мы на ринг наших почетных гостей. Под ваши аплодисменты председатель Брестского областного исполнительного комитета Петр Александрович Пархомчик и председатель Белорусской федерации бокса, член Национального олимпийского комитета Александр Мирославович Ботвинник. Петр Александрович, несколько слов для всей нашей аудитории.
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья. Добрый вечер, жители города Бреста. Добрый вечер, гости города Бреста. Ну и, конечно же, наши спортсмены, наши судьи, которые посетили сегодня нашу прекрасную синеокую республику Беларусь. Выражу, наверное, общее мнение и выскажу слова огромной благодарностью вот этому прекрасному человеку, председателю Федерации IBA.PRO, президенту IBA, человек, который подарил сегодня прекрасный праздник для брестских жителей. Впервые в истории проведены великолепные матчи. И сейчас мы буквально через несколько минут будем переживать за нашего прекрасного боксера Алексея, я думаю, за ценой не постоим. С большим спортивным праздником, дорогие друзья!
Добрый вечер, Брест. Я очень горд, что нахожусь здесь, и это именно турнир, что сейчас, в преддверии Дню Победы, 9 мая, 80-летия. Я вас всех поздравляю с Днем Победы!
Нашей победы!
Нашей! И турнир приурочен как сохранение истории, воспоминаний, чтобы молодежь знала, что пусть все конфликты решаются на ринге, в спорте. Болельщикам красивого зрелища, тренерам удачи, боксерам пусть покажут яркие, красивые бои. В общем, поздравляю всех с таким боксерским праздником.
Умар Назарович, большое спасибо. И для вас есть подарок от гостеприимной Республики Беларусь, от Брестской области. Я прошу вас, уважаемый Петр Александрович, вручить памятный
Умар
подарок.
Назарович, это самый добрый белорусский зубр. Он вот...
Мне обещали 10 новых, 10 живых. Спасибо. Кстати, белорусскую пущу сегодня ездил, очень красивая. И в Сербию есть такой же заповедник с зубрами. Обязательно отвезу домой. Спасибо всем.
И от Белорусской Федерации бокса Александр Мирославович Ботвинник также вручает памятный подарок.
Добрый день. Добрый день. Это первое действительно мероприятие, которое мы проводим здесь, в Республике Беларусь. Вы знаете, я бы хотел вам подарить эту уникальную перчатку. Второй такой нету в мире. Подождите, подержите ее. Она тяжелая, она очень тяжелая. Второй такой вы не найдете. Это уникальная, номер 1. Видите, даже вот здесь вы посмотрите. Она изготовлена специально для вас.
Самое главное, приятно, что в городе Герой, Брест, с большой историей, серьезной историей. Я был в Брестской крепости. И я очень благодарен нашим предкам за ту гордость, за тот поступок серьезнейший. Как говорится, у нас в боксе говорят, умри, но сделай. Вот то, что было сделано. Спасибо, гордимся. И всем жителям Бреста спасибо огромное.
Я хотел сказать спасибо всем, кто сегодня пришел здесь, поддержать наших спортсменов. Это действительно хорошее шоу, красивое шоу, которое мы проводим впервые в Республике Беларусь. И вы знаете, невозможно уйти без подарков не только Международной ассоциации бокса, но и Брестскому областному исполнительному комитету. Вот Умар Назарович вчера, посещая патриотический центр в рамках Брестской крепости, он подарил перчатку. Но Брестская область, она большая, она не только заканчивается Брестским городом Брестом, она не только заканчивается Брестской крепостью и той историей, которая сегодня есть, она заканчивается всей Брестской областью. Это и Барановичи, и Кобрин, и Пинск, и другие города, которые сегодня активно поддерживают и развивают бокс. И те дети, которые на сегодняшний момент занимаются боксом, поддерживают бокс. Это то сегодня атлеты, которые мы видим здесь, в эти ринге. Поэтому я бы хотел подарить отдельный сертификат на боксерские перчатки от федерации нашей.
В количестве?
В количестве 220 штук, которые вы могли использовать для развития бокса в Брестской области.
А то здесь ничего не написано было. Всем спасибо. Всем спасибо.
Уважаемые гости, я прошу всех встать. В честь претендентов на титул чемпиона мира по версии IBA.PRO звучат государственные гимны. Первым звучит государственный гимн Республики Эквадор. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise in honor of the title contenders. National anthems will be now performed. First, national anthem of the Kingdom of Belgium звучит гимн Бельгии. Уважаемые гости, звучит государственный гимн Республики Беларусь. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Republic of Belarus. Спасибо. Итак, мы представляем вам официальный лист титульного боя. Introducing to you the officials. Supervisor IBA.PRO. Supervising tonight's event and representing the IBA.PRO. Maksim Chertakovcev, Moldova. Боковые судьи. Ringside judges are судья номер 1, Judge 1, Валерий Пастухов, Молдова. Судья 2, Judge 2, Вячеслав Титов, Беларусь. Судья 3, Judge 3, Boban Damjanovic, Serbia. Referee титульного боя, officiating the championship contest. Third man in the ring, Sergei Zhurkin, Россия. Таймкипер, Валерий Кекух, врач у ринга, Александр Желмирович. И я представляю вам соперников. Introducing the title contenders. В черном углу ринга претендент на титул из королевства Бельгия. Ему 25 лет. Его рост 186 сантиметров, вес 79 килограммов 400 граммов. Его профессиональный рекорд состоит из 13 поединков, в 12 из которых он одержал победу, при этом 4-жды досрочно и 1 ничья. Он прибыл в Брест в статусе действующего чемпиона Бельгии и имеет настрой обрести здесь 2-й статус. In the black corner, the title challenger from the Kingdom of Belgium. He's 25 years old, standing tall at 186 centimeters, weighing in at 79.4 kilograms of pure fighting power. His professional record speaks volumes. 13 fights, 12 victories, with 4 knockouts and just 1 draw. He arrives in Brest wearing the crown of Belgium, reigning national champion. But tonight he hungers for his 2nd championship glory. All the way from the city of Ghent, Lee Ingelrest. Золотой угол ринга за спиной белорусского боксера. Его рост 183 сантиметра, вес 79,25 килограммов. Ему, как и сопернику, 25 лет, но его главным интересом долгое время был олимпийский бокс. Перед вами серебряный призер чемпионата мира по боксу IBA в Сербии. Мастер спорта международного класса. Его первый и единственный профессиональный бой принес ему победу. 2-й может принести титул чемпиона мира. И для этого он сделает на ринге все, что зависит от него. Из города Гродно, Республики Беларусь, Алиaksei Alfiorau. Рефери титульного поединка Сергей Журкин.
Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
So a quick look at the tail of the tape in this battle between 2 tall light heavyweight boxers, each of them 25 years of age, each of them undefeated in the professional ranks. We're underway. This is 10 3-minute rounds for the IBA professional world title at 79.4 kilograms. That is just over the light heavyweight limit of 175 pounds, 175.04 pounds. And the man operating out of the southpaw stance, Alexei Alfiorau, in his second professional contest. It's his third bout on the IBA professional stage. 1-1 in IBA.PRO boxing. Having competed in Dubai in December 2023 and in Sepukov in February of last year. In his professional bout away from the IBA stage, he won his debut in July of 2023. The man with the headgear of Clito Reyes on his back, who'd been touched up with straight shots to both head and body, was Lee Ingelrest, 25 years of age, from Ghent, Belgian national champion, undefeated in the pro ranks, but he's being exposed to the quality that comes with being a 2021 World Championship silver medalist. That is the accomplishment earned by the man working that southpaw jab beautifully, brings a left cross to the body into play. He's an adept switch hitter, is Alfiorau. And again, really is starting this one at a brisk pace, finding his range right from the opening bell, scoring effectively with straight shots through the defenses of Ingelrest. Again, ending that with a piston straight right jab, looking for a flashy right uppercut. Left cross being brought into play, and Alfiorau flowing beautifully in the first 2 minutes of this opening round. Boxing here as a pro in Belarus for the first time, twice in Russia, and as mentioned, his IBA.PRO debut coming in Dubai. And again, my goodness, this is a wonderful exhibition of punch picking so far. That left cross simply cannot miss, and Ingelrest, in his first bout since September of 2024, was taking a while to get himself into the proceedings. There he scores with a nice left jab. But prior to that, the man controlling the distance and the tempo of this bout behind his sharp shooting straight punches is Alfiorau. And look at the right jab. It's opened up the right eye of Ingelrest already, then drops down with the left hand to the body. 10-second clapper sounds, and this has been a virtuosic display in the first 3 minutes from Alexei Alfiorau. What a performance out of the gate from the man from Belarus. Expression seldom changes. Looks like he's going for a stroll, and that right eye significantly damaged. The end swell iron being brought into effect immediately. That is soaked in ice in between rounds. Effectively, it's a cold compress. And that corner man seeking to work the contusion, the swelling, away from the injured area, so it doesn't impair Lee Ingelrest. But he's got real problems here now with a damaged right eye, and a man who is surging in confidence, Alexei Alfiorau, in the presence of the IBA president, Mr. Imar Kremlev, with a brilliant first round of boxing.
Seconds out. Секунданты за ринг. Второй раунд. Round 2.
So, Mr. Sergei Zhurkin calls time to begin the second round. And right on cue once again, the right jab working wonderfully to both body and head from Alfiorau. And sensing that he's got his man going, he's picked up the pace here, backing Ingelrest up across the ring. He goes down from a body shot, and this has been a quite sensational start to this battle for the IBA professional light heavyweight title. Ingelrest, an undefeated boxer in his first contest outside of his homeland, being pieced up to body and head once again. Rib rattling attacks being slung in. There's another left hand to the body, another one across the solar plexus. There's the type of shot that can produce a debilitating pain. Looking to counter over the top is Ingelrest, but only in search of the body currently is Alfiorau. Wonderful variety once again. Oh, muscular hooks sunk in beneath the elbows. And Ingelrest, you can see him shortening every time another shot slams into his torso. His height being reduced. Counter left hook is a gunshot of a punch from Alfiorau. And Ingelrest simply not being given any time to get himself into this contest. One-way traffic being produced by Alexei Alfiorau. And it is a quite sensational display so far through the halfway stage of this second round. He was ringside at the Stark Arena in Belgrade when he lost one of the most... Oh, that's another punishing left cross to the solar plexus. And it causes Ingelrest to take a knee for the second time in the contest. He's still got a minute to negotiate, and the manner in which Alexei Alfiorau is setting about his man, well, it's going to take some effort for the man from Belgium to make it to the sanctuary of his black corner. Alexei Alfiorau continuing to target the body unmercifully as the fans dial up the decibel level in support of their man. Will he seek to get him out of there in this second round? Precious few successes for Ingelrest to celebrate. Oh, there's another hard left hand driven in out of the southpaw stance as he continues to tee off downstairs. The mouthpiece has come out. Referee Mr. Sergei Zherkin calling time to allow that mouthpiece to be rinsed and reinserted. This will give Ingelrest some respite, but equally that's a breather for Alexei Alfiorau. Will he seek to get him out of there in this second round? Ingelrest back out, letting his hands go. He's backed up to the ropes once again. Another spearing left cross driven into his abdomen. And this has been a torrid round endured by the Belgian national champion, sent to the floor twice from body shot. An absolutely brilliantly brutal display from the 2021 World Championship silver medalist. Some of the work to the body from Alexei Alfiorau. There was the first knockdown, and then he kept the attack going throughout. There's another angle of the same initial knockdown scored by Alexei Alfiorau. But the manner in which he was able to target the body, the variety on that southpaw backhand. The first shot landed during this salvo with the palm turned upwards, and then he turned his palm to the canvas, drove it in, pushing off the back foot, and it forced Ingelrest to the canvas for the second time.
Round 3.
So we're moving to the third round then. And how well will Ingelrest have recovered during that 60-second interval? It's Alexei Alfiorau out efficiently and sharply to begin this third round once again. Here Ingelrest with a hard right hand to the body, followed by left, but look at the difference in speed. Punches coming in from a variety of angles from Alfiorau, from the belt line, from the pec, from the shoulder, from the jaw. And every shot in the book picking off Ingelrest, who's driven to the ropes once again, and he's not found any sanctuary there. He's sent to the canvas for the third time. Each time it's been from a body shot. And the bad body language coming from him, he turns his back. Now shows the referee that he's okay. The eye was damaged in the opening round. He's been worked over to the body terrifically by Alfiorau. And look at the way he's bringing those hands down, trying to get upon his toes. There's uppercuts coming into play now from Alfiorau. Ingelrest, in his first outing of 2025, dare I say, he's being shown levels here as left cross is crashing home through his defenses. He's still not recovered. He's backing off, trying to keep this man away, but not being given any respite from Alfiorau, who remains merciless in his approach, walking his man down and continually teeing off downstairs. The damaged right eye won't be helping Ingelrest causes either. That could render him unsighted from that left flank. Shoots out a left jab as Alfiorau just elects to go walk about, take a bit of a breather, but when he steps back into range, just cracking out that right jab like a riding crop, and he's down from a southpaw left to the body once again. 4 times He's been sent to the canvas twice in round 2, twice here in round 3, and just as in round number 2, the second knockdown scored with around a minute remaining, and I don't think Alfiorauv's going to let him off the hook here. You can see Ingelrest is now finding himself in that invidious position where, because of the body attacks being launched by Alfiorau and the punishment he's sustaining downstairs, his foot movements are sewn to that of a glacier. He's sent to the canvas for the 3rd time in the round, the 5th time in the contest, and this bout is over. He's incredibly game, getting back to his feet once again. While I thought with 3 knockdowns in the round, 4 in the contest, referee Mr. Sergei Zhurkin was going to wave this one off, but Ingelrest back up, showing that he's up for the fight, but he's not offering any resistance. His body, he's literally legging it away from trouble here. There's a speculative right hand as he seeks to keep Alexei Alfiorau honest. But that was a punishing round. He's been dropped 5 times in all, and I think his corner could well do with taking a look at this, because he has been scored upon almost at will. Body-sapping attacks launched repeatedly by Alexei Alfiorau, snatching the soul of Lee Ingelrest with really accurate and sustained pressure. Nothing rushed about the work of Alexei Alfiorau. His expression never changes, and sending his man to the canvas, visibly grimacing under the accuracy these unremitting body attacks. And if you can make a boxer do that, well, it tells you the power with which he's punching and the accuracy with which he's placing his shots. That right eye reduced to a slit now.
Round 4.
As we move into the 4th round of a Schedule 10, I would be staggered if Ingelrest, or if this contest were to go the distance. He has been softened up repeatedly from the opening bell, truth be told, but particularly in rounds 2 and 3, where he was dropped twice in the 2nd round, 3 times in the 3rd. From the body shots of Alfiorau. Alfiorau looking to spear that left cross up to the jaw now. And there he gets through the defenses to snap the head of Ingelrest back. Ingelrest mentioned that he's not been in the ring since September of last year. He was involved in quite a series of incidents in February of this year as the left hook to the body glances across the torso of Ingelrest once again. He was scheduled to fight Shakan Pitters, the towering 6'6" light heavyweight out of Birmingham, for the vacant European title after the initial opponent, Daniel Belenda dos Santos, failed a pre-fight medical. Another body shot just causes Ingelrest to think about taking a seat on the canvas. Another right hand reduces his height once again, slamming it into the solar plexus. And this, as another left hand drives Ingelrest backwards. Credit to this man's toughness, because he has been scored upon heavily, downstairs in particular, by Alfiorau. So after Daniel Belenda dos Santos failed the pre-fight medical, it was at pretty short notice that Ingelrest then stepped in, but because he stepped in at such short notice, as he scored upon with a left cross to the body, then the head from Alexei Alfiorau, he couldn't make the weight to the satisfaction of the board as a right hook is turned beautifully beneath the left elbow of Ingelrest by Alfiorau, scoring with a spearing left cross through the middle once again. Momentarily orthodox as he spun away off the line. Alfiorau. So his scheduled February outing didn't take place up in the Steel City. Peters fought journeyman Bakadur Karamian prevailed on a 2nd round stoppage instead of challenging for the vacant European light heavyweight crown. But that gives you an idea as to how this man is regarded. But here, against the European Games silver medalist, the 2021 World Championship silver medalist, the value of success in the unpaid 3-round code being writ large 2024 European Championships, excuse me, not the European Games, where Alfiorau claimed another major silver to add to the World Championship silver he won in Belgrade. So, after knocking his man down 5 times across the course of rounds 2 and 3, Ingelrest remaining on his feet during the course of the 4th. One wonders, is he saving himself to really step on the gas here in a bid to get his man out of there? Again, the body has been targeted fantastically well by Alexei Alfiorau.
Round 5.
As we move into round number 5, Alfiorau out sharply behind that trip hammer of a right jab, drops a left cross down to the body, then steers his right jab just above the belt line. And Ingelrest, my goodness, this is one tough arm break, because he has been outboxed comprehensively. And any boxer will tell you, if you spend any time in the ring, shots to the body can take far longer to recover from, or at least are often far more painful than shots to the head. Pain of a clean shot on the jaw can dissipate, but that body attack will stay with you. And this is beautiful body punching being demonstrated by Alexei Alfiorau. Credit to Ingelrest, who's managed to get some movement back into his legs. I don't want to suggest that he's running, but there is precious little coming back in terms of offense to make Alfiorau think and keep him honest. But Alfiorau demonstrating his professionalism by not being reckless, because he's looking for that sneaky right hand once again. Ingelrest, he launched it during his torrid 3rd round, where he was sent to the canvas on 3 occasions. There's another right jab which pings his head backwards, shot out from around the pec. Right hand not too far away from Ingelrest as we approach the halfway stage of this 5th round. Oh, I posited that I would be staggered if Ingelrest was to make it to the final bell in this contest, as he takes another strong left cross to his body once again. But there can often come a time as Alfiorau goes in search of the lead right hook. He'd be beaten up during the course of a boxing match, but you can almost become immune to the power of your opponent. So a zombification takes place. Keep soaking up the punishment, you get used to it. And you see Ingelrest seeking to get onto the front foot for one of the few times in the contest. But again, one suspects that's when Alfiorau seeks to take a breather, because when he lets his hands go, his ring generalship and his punch placement and variety of attack puts him well and truly in the box seat. It's been a dominant display so far as we approach 30 seconds to go in round number 5. Beautiful combination once again, ended by that right hook to the body from Alfiorau. And he has taken very little back in return. But again, when he elects to go walk about, give himself a rest, Ingelrest showing that he's got plenty of desire, plenty of belief in pursuit of this IBA professional world title. Even though he's fighting in Alfiorau's homeland, he hasn't come to make up the numbers, hasn't come to lay down. But when Alfiorau elects to let his hands go, and he puts himself on an entirely different level, and there's a sporting touch of gloves out of respect between the two as the bell sounds to take us into the 2nd half of this bout.
Seconds out. Шестой раунд. Round 6.
We move into the second half of this battle for the IBA professional world title. Made at 79.4 kilograms, just above the 175-pound light heavyweight limit in the pro ranks. Double jab, left cross came twice in quick succession from Alfiorau, dropping his hands and just getting his wits back about him is Ingelrest, who again deserves immense credit for the toughness and sheer cussed competitiveness he's demonstrating here. He takes another right hand to the body. Alfiorau will have noted that all of his successes in dropping Ingelrest on 5 occasions have all come from body shots. None other than Tokyo Olympic champion, one of the best heavyweight champs of all time, Smoking Joe Frazier used to say, often he was the shorter man in the ring, the compact boxer, to epitomize that Philadelphia left hook. Said the taller heavyweights can keep the head, I want the body. Would bring their hands down and would uncoil that howitzer of a left hook that served him so well throughout his professional career. There's Jimmy Ellis, Bob Foster, Muhammad Ali decking him in their first fight in the final round at Madison Square Garden in March of '71. So Alfiorau, most of his successes have come to the body. Ingelrest, despite that eye closing almost to a slit that was damaged in the first round by the sharp, straight shooting punches of Alfiorau. He appears to have a pretty good chin. So will Alfiorau continue to focus his attacks on the body once again? Just as I suggest that, he goes downstairs with a right jab. But Ingelrest again, testament to the man's toughness and belief and spirit, because he's on the front foot, going in search of his opponent, still believing that he can win this. Alfiorau, nice movements off the ropes to get back to the space of ring center. Again, he chooses to let his offense flow. And he puts himself on another level as a 3-shot combination ends with a right hook to the body from Alfiorau. But this can place some doubt into the mind of a boxer who's enjoying a dominant display. Good left hand to the body from Alfiorau. When Houston assassin Larry Holmes fought Randall Tex Cobb, he hit him so often, so repeatedly during the course of his title defense, that he was shaking out his hands, almost as though he was working a heavy bag. And Alfiorau must be wondering, well, boy, I've hit this man with everything, and through 6 completed rounds, he is still here, despite me putting him on the floor 5 times by the end of round 3. Those 5 knockdowns coming twice in round 2 and 3 times in the 3rd. But here he is, deep into the second half of the contest now as we prepare to enter round number 7. Ingelrest still on his feet and still in there pitching and competing. I think he needs a stoppage to win. Probably did once we heard the bell from round number 4. Of course, he could reciprocate what Alfiorau did and drop him multiple times. But he doesn't look as though he's got the repertoire or the arsenal to do that on a regular basis. But of course, any boxer who remains on their feet and is competent and being trained remains dangerous. And that is the beautiful thing about the sweet science of boxing. Because if you're trailing heavily in a football match, a basketball game, American football, rugby, you name it, the result is a foregone conclusion once you enter the closing stages. But as evidenced so often in the noble art of self-defense, Carl Froch against Jermaine Taylor. The Cobra might take exception if I suggest he was trailing heavily, but he was decked in the first round by the Olympic bronze medalist, Big John Tate, against Mike Hercules Weaver in his hometown in Tennessee. So many other examples over the years of fighters trailing on the scorecards only to turn things around with a single dramatic shot. I suggest that Ingelrest finds himself in similar territory here, but I wonder whether Alfiorau has abandoned any ambitions of scoring an inside-the-distance victory because he hit his man with everything over the course of the first 4 rounds of this bout. And yet Ingelrest still in there, firing back, coming forward and competing. And Alfiorau over the 3-round format as he scores with a good left hand to the body. Knows all about that because his gold medal bout as he drives Ingelrest backwards with a flurry of straight punches. His gold medal bout against Robbie Gonzalez, so saw Robbie Gonzalez weather an early storm, fight back magnificently at the Stark Arena in Belgrade to be declared a victor on countback. Ringside for that tournament, and if I remember rightly, in the biggest bout of his IBA career to date, Alfiorau came out with his vest inside out. That distinctive Belarusian flag, red and green, and yet just shows his carefree approach to his craft. And that's not to suggest he isn't diligent in his preparations. He looked for the left uppercut out of the southpaw stance, but just not concerned with such niceties. He's just keen to get out there, get the head got, get out there and compete beneath the ring lights at the Stark Arena. One of the most pulsating contests you could ever hope to witness is another left hook driven in effectively by Alfiorau. But he increasingly on the back foot in this contest as Ingelrest continuing to press. Remember, some scoring judges favor the come forward boxer, but it has to be effective aggression as Alfiorau plays Matador to spin away from that shot that was fired in by Ingelrest, who again deserves nothing but credit and kudos for the manner in which he is continuing to compete in this contest after being decked on 5 occasions by the end of round 3.
Восьмой раунд. Round 8.
So moving to the 8th round of a scheduled 10. The IBA light heavyweight professional world title on the line. The home boxer, Alexei Alfiorau, wearing white trimmed with gold, in complete control in this one. He's just taken a bit of a breather for my money over the last couple of rounds because he's been on the back foot and has allowed Ingelrest, the undefeated boxer from Belgium, the Belgium national champion, to come forward. But now, just seeking to assert himself once again. And again, I do wonder whether he's abandoned any hope of an inside-the-distance victory here. Beautiful work. With that 3-shot combination ending with a right hook to the body from Alfiorau as he drives in a left uppercut just beneath the sternum. So a minute gone in this 8th round. Left cross, the sharp shot to the body out of the southpaw stance. Double left cross twice in quick succession. And a right hook to the body from Alfiorau. But again, one can only admire the bravery and guts being demonstrated, not to mention the teak toughness from the man, by the man from Ghent. And still getting onto the front foot at every possible opportunity. Left hand to the body once again from Alfiorau. Alfiorau picking up his activity here in this 8th round. Sporting that eye-catching tattoo of the skull inside the Clito Rare's head guard. Runs the tattoo parlor in addition to his boxing, does Ingelrest. 8th round in the book here at the Victoria Sports Palace in Brest.
Секунданты за ринг. Seconds out. 9th round. Round 9.
So we're moving to round 9. And that isn't something I thought I would hear Sergei Petrov, tonight's MC, aka Grom Thunder, announce in the 3rd round of this contest. But here we are. Alexei Alfiorau in a really commanding position on the scorecards. He's seldom been threatened, but again, Ingelrest has remained a determined competitor. He's come forward at every opportunity, and those opportunities have often been when Alfiorau has elected to go on the back foot and just take a breather. But when he's on the front foot and operating out of centre ring, Alfiorau has cut a dominant figure in the roped arena. There's a solid left jab thrusted out by Ingelrest, but then look at the response. And the jab's being flicked up from the belt line from Alfiorau. Big swing and a miss with the lead right hook from Alfiorau. The crowd seeking to encourage their man once again. Counter left hand is a wonderful shot from Alfiorau. And Ingelrest and Alfiorau chooses to put his punches together. Really cannot get himself into the contest. There he just presented a different look, trying a darting jab from around the belt line while up on his toes. But again, the jab is stiff and sharp and straight deep into this 9th round. And Alfiorau shoots it out. Look at that on the counter, snapping the head back of Ingelrest once again as he was in search of his own straight punch success. So even though there haven't been many bouts in the professional career of Alfiorau, look at that double southpaw left cross followed by a right jab on that 3-shot volley. It's been a wonderful display of variety and punch picking and sharpness from Alfiorau, and no little power with his body punching in rounds 2 and 3, round 1 through 4, truth be told. But Ingelrest has made the adjustment. He's adapted to the speed and the power, and he finds himself still on his feet, approaching the end of the penultimate round. And that is something I did not think we would see, with the torrid rounds he endured in the opening stage of this battle for the IBA professional light heavyweight world title. So a touch of gloves to begin the 10th and final round. Alexei Alfiorau, the home boxer from Grodno in Belarus, has come out quickly to begin the 10th and final frame. He's already decked his man on 5 occasions, and it looks as though he's going to try to end this one inside the distance after comparatively stepping off the gas through the middle rounds of this bout. But here, with the finish line in sight, he has come out with renewed energy and vigor once again, slinging in those hurtful hooks to the ribcage which inflicted so much damage on Lee Ingelrest in the first half of this contest. But again, anytime that Alfiorau stops letting his hands go, Ingelrest is onto that front foot, seeking to walk his man down. Now, there hasn't been much effective offense from Ingelrest when he's got over the front foot. That's partially because the movement of Alfiorau is so effective, and Ingelrest no doubt wary as to what will be coming back, because he is such an adept counterpuncher. He's operated almost exclusively as a southpaw in this contest. He can switch hit on the fly as well. So again, it's just when he elects to go walkabout. But look at that right jab followed by a left cross, which came on a steep upward angle from Alfiorau. And this is testament to the quality that's required. Look at that, 3 jabs followed by a left cross, getting in between the gloves of Ingelrest. He comes in having won the Belgian national title, remember. But Alfiorau demonstrating the type of talent and ability that is required to make it to the upper echelons of IBA championship boxing in the 3-round tournament. European silver medalist in Serbia last year, world championship silver medalist in Belgrade in Serbia in 2021. Wonderfully talented. And he's just counting down the seconds now to having his hand raised as the victor, and another accurate volley of shots slung in. Uppercuts, crosses, jabs with the bent arm, crosses landing with the bent arm. The mouthpiece has been dislodged during that flurry produced by Alfiorau. Well, this has been a quite improbable survival mission that has been pulled off by Lee Ingelrest, because at the end of round 3 he had been on the canvas on 5 occasions, having been sent to the floor by body shots on 2 occasions in round 2, 3 occasions in round 3. Alfiorau went after him with real intent in round 4 as well, but then in round 6 and 7 just seemed to reconcile with himself that this guy's not going anywhere. Went on the back foot in round 6 and 7. Ingelrest got onto the front foot at every opportunity, those opportunities mainly coming about when Alfiorau was giving himself a breather and not letting his hands go. But this as dominant a display as you could hope to see from Alexei Alfiorau. But we have to give this man, Lee Ingelrest, immense credit for the sheer toughness that he demonstrated over the course of 10 3-minute rounds. He must be in some shape, because to absorb the body shots that he did, to get off the floor on 5 occasions, bite down and come back again, oh, that is testament to his physical conditioning and his tenacity. His desire continuing to burn all the way through to the final bell, despite being dominated over the course of the 10 3-minute rounds. So we're just awaiting the announcement of the particulars from tonight's MC, Mr. Sergei Petrov, aka Grom, Thunder. One suspects it will be a unanimous points decision in favor of Aliaksei Alfiorau. After a quite comprehensive display over the course of 10 3-minute rounds. Sergei Petrov is in position, so let's hand it up to get the official verdict.
Уважаемые зрители и гости, 10 чемпионских раундов остались позади, и мы оглашаем вам судейское решение. Судья 1 186 Alfiorau, судья 2 188 Alfiorau и судья 3 186 Alfiorau. Победитель этого боя единогласным решением судей и новый чемпион в полутяжелом весе по версии IBA.PRO, чемпион мира Aliaksei Alfiorau. Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, your winner by unanimous decision and new IBA.PRO light heavyweight champion of the world, Aliaksei Alfiorau.
So Aliaksei Alfiorau declared a unanimous point decision victor over the incredibly game but comprehensively outgunned Ingelrest of Belgium. And there is the title strap that he fought so hard for. Beautiful display of boxing from Aliaksei Alfiorau, produced here in front of his compatriots at the Victoria Sports Palace in Brest in Belarus. Again, wonderful to see that respect between the two. Ingelrest will have earned the respect of Aliaksei Alfiorau. He was in control from opening bell to last, but Ingelrest making it through to the final bell.
Несколько слов о том, как прошел для вас бой и что вы чувствуете.
У меня последний бой был на чемпионате Европы в Белграде год назад. Годовой простой был, и очень хотелось побыстрее побоксировать. И очень рад, что ИБА предоставила такую возможность побороться за титул чемпиона мира и оправдал ожидания, которые на меня были положены. Спасибо большое. Хотел бы сказать спасибо сборной Беларуси, Республике Беларусь, ИБА, Умару Назаровичу Кремлеву, IBA.PRO и моему менеджеру Эдуарду Викторовичу Кравцову за возможность. Спасибо большое.
Большое спасибо, это был Алексей Alfiorau.
И самая большая благодарность моему тренеру Алексею Александровичу Волчину.
Важные слова, давайте еще раз поздравим. Чемпион мира в полутяжелом весе по версии IBA.PRO Aliaksei Alfiorau, Республика Беларусь.
So to the victor the spoils, Aliaksei Alfiorau proudly wearing that IBA professional world title belt. We take a look at some of the action from what was an utterly dominant display over the course of 10 rounds. Dropping his man to the body on 5 occasions, twice in the second round, 3 times in the third round. And at that point, it looked for all the world that it was just a matter of time before Alfiorau took his man out inside the distance. But Ingelrest, my goodness, he bit down, got back to his feet. And while I'm not sure that he won a round, he came forward whenever the opportunity presented itself. But this man's superior ring craft, shot selection and accuracy, altogether too much. So that is our co-main and main event completed. 2 bouts remain here on IBA.PRO 5. Each of the 2 concluding bouts feature Belarusian boxers. And our next contest is a cracking affair in prospect in the 71 kilogram light middleweight division.
И мы вновь на черно-золотом канвасе в Бресте и готовы продолжать программу поединков вечера бокса Boom IBA.PRO 5 Battle of Brest. И это время для 6-го поединка. Нас тут 8 раундов бокса в промежуточной весовой категории до 71 килограмма. На ринге сойдутся мастер спорта международного класса из Беларуси и профессионал из России. Время пригласить соперников. Черный угол ринга. Добро пожаловать, боксер из Москвы. Встречайте, Artem Oganesyan.
So into the arena steps the accomplished Artem Oganesyan. Born in the Russian capital of Moscow, now resides in Montreal in Quebec, Canada. Brings a 14-fight professional record to the ring, 13 wins, just 1 loss. That loss coming in his last outing against Dante Jordan, losing a unanimous point decision over 10 rounds. It's his first time back in the ring since June of 2022.
Прошу приветствовать боксера из Бобруйска. Встречайте, Александр Radzionau.
His opponent is making his professional debut. Aliaksandr Radzionau, accomplished boxer from IBA 3-round boxing. Competed in the Tokyo Olympic Games, where he lost in the second preliminary round to the eventual silver medalist and tournament #1 seed Pat McCormack. Commentated on that tournament from the Kabuki-kan Arena, so widely associated with sumo wrestling, but for that summer, in the late summer of the Olympic Games, it was Olympic boxing that was on full display. Here is Aliaksandr Radzionau ahead of his professional debut.
Летний боксер из столицы России. Его рост 174 сантиметра, вес зафиксирован ровно в левине, 71 килограмм. Старт его яркой карьеры был ознаменован победами на чемпионате Европы и мира по боксу. Следом он был признан лучшим молодым боксером планеты в 2015 году. В 2019 он завоевал титул чемпиона мира среди молодежи по версии WBO. Его профессиональный рекорд составляют 13 побед по обе стороны Атлантического океана, 11 из которых он одержал нокаутом при единственном поражении. Талант всегда имеет обратную сторону. Ему понадобилось без малого 3 года для того, чтобы вернуться на ринг взрослым. Он прибыл за своей новой во всех отношениях победой из Москвы. И он готов. Artem Oganesyan! В бело-золотой экипировке боксер из Республики Беларусь. Его рост 176 сантиметров, вес 70 килограммов и 250 граммов. Он не любит торопить события. И если его соперник в 20 лет в 25 уже возвращается, то он в свои 24 делает свой первый шаг на профессиональном ринге, доказав себе и другим, что уже добился многого на ринге олимпийском. Перед вами мастер спорта международного класса и действующий чемпион Беларуси из Бобруйска Алиаксандр Radzionau. Рефери этого поединка Бобан Дарьянович, Сербия.
Head up, no holding, no low blow. Listen to the comments. Touch your gloves. Time. Box.
So a brief look at the tail of the tape ahead of this 71 kilogram contest scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. 71 kilograms just above the super welterweight or light middleweight limit of 154 pounds. It's 156.5 pounds to be exact. The southpaw boxer, the more compact figure, wearing black trimmed with gold. Born in Moscow, resides in Canada. That is Artem Oganesyan, 25 years of age, back in the boxing ring for the first time for 3.5 years. At one point reputed to have the fastest hands in boxing. 14-fight professional record under his belt, 13 wins, just 1 loss. That was in his last contest in June of 2022. The man who's just scored with a sharp-shooting left jab wearing the white trunks trimmed with gold is a professional debutant, Alexander Radzionau. 24 years of age, is the man from Bobruisk, right here in Belarus. As an Olympian in Tokyo in the delayed games of 2021. A couple of summers ago at the most recent edition of the IBA World Championships, lost in the third preliminary round against the estimable Brazilian Wanderson Oliveira. Good left hand driven into the body by the southpaw. How about that for a combination of punches, ended with a right hand from Radzionau. And again, we mentioned the fact that IBA.PRO nights were inaugurated in January of this year. Part of their mission to make their mark on professional boxing, redefine it in many respects, is to match boxers evenly. And my goodness, it surely can't get much tougher than this for a debut assignment for Radzionau to be facing off against Artem Oganesyan. Not only did he bring that 14-fight experience to the boxing ring, he too was an accomplished operator in the 3-round IBA code. The best in the world when he claimed the world junior crown at 70 kilograms, winning 5 contests out of 5. Looking for that right hook to the body. And again, been out of the ring since June of 2022. But he's rediscovered his timing pretty effectively during the course of that opening round. Some of the action from the first 3 minutes. Each man inaccurate with their right hand during the course of that attempted exchange. So we move into the second round. Good left hand driven into the body by the muscular southpaw, Artem Oganesyan. Seeking to bob and weave inside the apparently longer arms of Radzionau. Radzionau going in search of his own straight punches from that orthodox stance. Seeking to quicken his feet now. Beautiful counter right hook from Oganesyan. Chipping at the knees to vary his height. Thought about letting a corkscrew shot go to the body, but didn't fully commit. 1-2 saw him short. Counter right hand came from Radzionau. Deflected by the glove and forearms on the left hand side by Oganesyan. Beautiful reverse 1-2. Right hand then left hand while spinning off the line to his left. Clockwise fashion from Radzionau. Nice movement in the pocket to twist at the waist from Oganesyan. Halfway through this second round, this is for a muscular right uppercut on the inside was Oganesyan while Radzionau was on the ropes. Mentioned the fact that he won 5. Oh, that's a nice right hook slung into the body, but then look at the counter left hook downstairs in response from Radzionau. And again, the quality possessed by Oganesyan, and yet Radzionau showing no fear of it. We're here in Brest in Belarus. But in his 13th contest, Oganesyan travelled here to the Belarusian capital and was involved in a thrilling contest, an all-southpaw shootout against Alexander Jurezivsky. Eventually took him out with a 10th round stoppage in a bout that was scheduled for 10, and the right hook which started the rot in a bout where his opponent was bloodied was an absolute howitzer. Dropped his man after the right hook started the damage, put his man on the floor, and then the referee waved it off. So he carries his power late, and his power that is often possessed of blistering speed as well. Radzionau just fights his way out of the gold corner on the sound of the 10-second clapper, and again, effective pot shotting, showing no fear of the reputation or accomplishments of his opponent, Artem Oganesyan. Again, wonderful reverse 1-2, spinning off the line effectively to his left from Radzionau. So a little bit of a delay to get round 3 underway. In a 71 kilogram light middleweight contest scheduled for 8. It's an IBA.PRO contest, so it won't necessarily go onto the conventional professional record of the boxers. What is undeniable is that it's the first professional competitive ring action for Artem Oganesyan since June of 2022. Good right hand to the body out of the orthodox stance from Radzionau. There's the lead right hook, and that's the shot that did so much damage in his previous foray to Belarus back in November of 2020 when he scored that 10th round stoppage. Two men getting themselves in just a little bit of a tangle. I mentioned the fact that Oganesyan was the world junior champion, winning 5 contests out of 5. in 2015. The year before that, he was a silver medalist in the European Junior Championships at 70 kilograms, and it was a certain Willie Hutchinson, Scotland's finest, who prevented him from taking top spot on the podium in that continental affair. I was ringside in 2016 to see Willie Hutchinson take World Youth Gold in St. Petersburg in Russia. And what a run to the gold medal that was. He recently lost the late great Dick McTaggart as Radzionau scores with a good combination to both body and head, and then ends his purple patch of this round with success with the jab. Dick McTaggart, two-time medalist, taking Olympic gold and Olympic bronze in the following Olympiad. Willie Hutchinson's successes in the youth and junior ranks put him right up there as one of Scotland's finest ever performers in the vest and head guard, because he didn't compete in the seniors as an amateur, Willie Hutchinson. Beautiful reverse 1-2 from Radzionau. It's a counter with Oganesyan. Again, just measuring his man, touching him with the jab to keep him occupied. Radzionau. The knees are qualities that, oh, that's a nice lead left hand on the counter from Oganesyan. But the subtlety being shown in the work of Radzionau isn't something you would necessarily associate or equate with somebody making their professional debut. Remember, he's preparing to enter uncharted territory when he hears the timekeeper introduce round number 4, and right on the bell he lands with a spearing right cross driven into the body. Really acquitting himself well against an accomplished, experienced opponent is Alexander Radzionau. Shaven headed figure on the phone just joined us was Dmitry Asanau Sr., father of Dmitry Asanau, one of Belarus's best boxers in the 3-round code of recent times. So we move into the 4th round, which again represents a brand new venture for the debutant out of the orthodox stance, Alexander Radzionau. His debut in the professional ranks at the Battle of Brest in Belarus. Lots of experience, including that Olympic appearance and the performance in the IBA World Championships in the most recent edition in Tashkent in 2023. I was ringside to commentate on that tournament, and again progressed through to the 3rd preliminary round before being beat on a 4-1 split by Wanderson Oliveira Sugar of Brazil. 2-shot salvo to the body and then escaping without reply, and then look at that double jab right cross followed by left right from Radzionau. And again, he's taking a little bit too long to get off here. Is Oganesyan. And he was part of the conversation during his activity in the ring as to whether he possessed the fastest hands in the sport. Quick fire right hook, but inaccurate with it. And inactivity, perhaps the biggest enemy of a boxer. Oh, look at that. Radzionau burgeoning with confidence now, scoring effectively to both head and body during that 3-shot volley. Right hand lead, followed by a couple of jabs. Southpaw left attempted, but having the final word of the exchange with a cracking lead left hook was Radzionau. Again, he's penetrating the hands of the southpaw boxer. Once again, he's trying to adopt the half cover guard here now. He's seeking to tuck his chin behind that muscular deltoid. But he's inaccurate with that lead right hook. And these are things, despite sparring, despite training and all the preparation you will have done for this, you can only regain that ring sharpness by spending time in the boxing ring under the lights in competitive action. Maybe Oganesyan discovering that here now, because the debutant is acquitting himself fantastically well. Another round in the book. And this proving to be a pretty challenging ring return for Artem Oganesyan. Because this man, no respecter of his accomplishments or reputation in both the 3-round code and the professional ranks as well. So 4 rounds completed, a potential 4 rounds remain in this 71 kilogram light middleweight contest. And then operating out of the orthodox stance has just grown in confidence the more we've gone into this contest. There was a good left hook scored during the course of that exchange by Artem Oganesyan, the returning southpaw. There he scored with a long left cross which came behind a right jab. He hasn't been able to assert his deeper level of experience here, Oganesyan, because look at movement like that in the pocket, spinning around the target after landing some hurtful shots to the body. And all of the 3-round quality of the Tokyo Olympian on display here in this his professional debut. There's a left hand to the body, which I think Radzionau was complaining was low. It was certainly around the belt line area, but it was a good scoring shot from Oganesyan, who's now trying to bring the corkscrew right hand into play. Good defenses from Oganesyan and countered by a scoring left cross through the middle from Oganesyan. Flurry of punches, there's plenty of motion, and the final right hand did get through the high-held gloves of Oganesyan from Radzionau. So beyond the halfway stage of this 5th round, and again working the body beautifully as he dipped at the knees and was able to sling hooks around the corner. Look at those sharp shooting straight through the middle from Radzionau. Uppercut to the solar plexus. And Oganesyan has been beaten to the punch really rather consistently here, as evidenced by that flurry of punches without reply. To counter with Oganesyan, just not taking his feet with him and consistently falling short. No such difficulties on that forward foray from Radzionau. Well, we've got a clash of heads, and has a cut been sustained? I think it has, to the eye of Artem Oganesyan. Always an increased likelihood of that happening in a battle between an orthodox and southpaw boxer. Saw that in our opening contest between Dzianis Salotski of Belarus Josef Immanuel, the doctor, having inspected the injury, happy for the contest to continue. Well, that's going to present an inviting target for the left jab of Radzionau now. And you can see Oganesyan, not a happy man, making his way back to that black corner. And his problems mounting the more we progress through this contest. Because his opponent, this man in the gold corner, has grown in confidence the more we have gone through this bout, showing his full repertoire of punches and movements in both directions. Accidental clash of heads caused the cut, but there was a cracking left cross landed by Oganesyan, but the more consistent work coming from the home boxer in white. So to round number 6 of a scheduled 8, that injury occurring after Oganesyan landing perhaps his best shot of the entire bout, that crisp left cross. So the referee calling time once again, and I think this eye injury is going to be inspected, because has one been sustained now? It's another clash of heads that has caused another cut. Oh dear me. Clash of heads in round number 5, causing a cut to Oganesyan. Clash of heads here in round number 6, causing a cut to the forehead of Radzionau. So both boxers sustaining injuries, scoring left cross to the body from Oganesyan. The two men find themselves entangled on the inside once again. Beautiful counter left hook to the body from Oganesyan during that flurry of activity from the fists of Radzionau. Approaching the halfway stage of yet another incident-filled round. There was a cut inflicted as a right hook slammed into the ribcage from Oganesyan. His work upstairs has often been short on his ring return, but he is finding success to the body. Left cross not too far away from Oganesyan. And again, on his professional debut, a significant injury has been sustained by Aliaksandr Radzionau. And he's still got 2 rounds and a minute of this round left to negotiate. So Oganesyan, having been frustrated when he made his way back to the corner at the end of round 5, seemingly more energized by the fact that he can see blood as he scores with a crisp right hook beneath the left elbow of Radzionau. Radzionau, his work deflected by the gloves on that attempted attack, and he must be bothered by the injury that he's sustained. He's trying to keep his concentration, but he's faced a crimson mask here now. As that cut sustained to the forehead here in round number 6 continues to leak profusely. So 2 inspections of the eye of the injury sustained by Radzionau. The heads continue to come close together on the inside. Closing seconds of round number 6. Again, without wishing to be overly graphic, that injured forehead has really provided a spur to Artem Oganesyan. He's enjoyed some successful moments during the course of that 6th round. Well, some of the action from round number 5. Beautiful counter left hand on the inside from Radzionau. But the heads slammed together at close range, causing a cut to the forehead of the Belarusian boxer. Wonderful left uppercut. As the final shot of that replay sequence scored by Artem Oganesyan. So moving to round number 7. Artem Oganesyan with a crisp counter left uppercut once again, then a left cross driven into the body. Mention the fact that he's coming into the ring after a layoff since June of 2022. There's a roundhouse right. That's a wonderful shot, followed by a jolting jab from Radzionau. In that defeat, he was on the floor in round 1, Oganesyan, against the veteran Dante Jordan. Fighting for the NABF title, 154 pounds, super welterweight. Belt previously held by world champions Ronald Winky Wright and Andy Lee. Also a strap held by Canelo's brother, Ramon Alvarez. And of course, Canelo making his first professional bout outside of the continent of North America this weekend. Going to be featuring in Saudi Arabia in the early hours, Saudi Arabian time, to suit Mexican and US time zones. And again, that's a measure of the quality of Artem Oganesyan. He's being outscored and outworked in the first half of the contest for my money. But the cut sustained in the previous round by Radzionau have been an aid in bringing Oganesyan back into it. He's found his range with his backhand in particular over the previous few rounds. And Oganesyan, Radzionau, just a little less crisp with his movement and sharp shooting than he was through rounds 2, 3, and 4. Not too far away with the left cross, looking for a right uppercut underneath. Oganesyan scoring right hook to the body during that flurry from Radzionau. Nice defense with the right glove to ride that right cross. Fired in by Radzionau. Effective movement from the waist and good use of the gloves from Oganesyan. 3-shot combination from Radzionau. And there it's altogether more purposeful as he scored with the left jab upstairs and finished with a right hook, left hook to the body. Counter right hook came over the top from Oganesyan. And this is taking on a bit of a back and forth nature through these previous couple of completed rounds. Oganesyan and Radzionau exchanging a sporting touch of gloves in that show of respect as the bell sounds to conclude round number 7.
Уважаемые гости, это 8-й раунд, заключительный.
So into the 8th and final round of this 71 kilogram light middleweight contest. Roundhouse right is the first scoring shot of this final session from the debutant Alexander Radzionau. And he has come out with aggressive intent to begin this 8th and final round. And he's certainly the busier boxer through the first 50 seconds of the final 3 minutes. Oganesyan, aware of that, backed his man up behind a jab which he was using as a rangefinder and was altogether close up with the left cross to the body which followed. The two men still possessing the fitness and sharpness to feint on the edge of range. Pillow-fisted punches coming from Radzionau as he seeks to keep the judges happy with volume. Altogether more power being generated on the punches of Oganesyan.
No holding, no holding, no holding. Stop! Don't do the back. Box!
So referee Mr. Boban Damjanovic of Serbia is reminding Radzionau that he's not to turn his back on his opponent. That, against the rules of course, accuracy just decreasing a little now beyond the halfway stage of this final round. Another left cross lands once again from Oganesyan. Back with a good burst of punches to both body and head comes Radzionau. Counter right hook was a nice shot from Oganesyan. Teeing off first in response is Radzionau. Big swing and a miss with the right hand. Backhand was inaccurate from Oganesyan as well. The initial right hand miss came from the orthodox boxer. And again, he's making a point of teeing off first here. Not all of the shots are getting through, but a couple of them during these clusters are. And a sneaky left hand landed on the disengagement from Radzionau. Closing 20 seconds. And this has been a really mature performance from Radzionau, who just scores with another sneaky right hand lead, then makes his opponent miss with a lead left hand out of the southpaw stance. I think it's been a display of real maturity, because he's been dragged into something of a dogfight in a bout where both boxers have sustained injury due to clashes of heads. A wonderful left hand landed. The final moments of quality produced by Alexander Radzionau, and I happen to think that the debutant would have done enough to have his hand raised as the victor here. Artem Oganesyan returning to the ring for the first time since June 2022. Perhaps took a little time, unsurprisingly, to find his distance and timing on this, his return to the boxing ring. But he competed spiritedly and produced or played his part in what was a wonderful spectacle for the fans in attendance. But I happen to think it's Alexander Radzionau who did the better work overall. Here's the evidence of the cut sustained in round number 5 after a clash of heads by Artem Oganesyan. There was a cut forehead that another clash of heads inflicted onto this man, Alexander Radzionau, sustaining that cut in the middle of his brow. So each man having to deal with that adversity. Oganesyan did find his range and timing, particularly with the backhand, from around the 5th round onwards. Some notable crosses, because his cut right eye was inflicted after he landed his best shot of the entire contest to that point, a rapier-like left cross. And then he began to have success with the uppercut, worked the body effectively in round number 6 as well, where he really did pick it up after he saw the injury inflicted by the accidental clash of heads on the forehead. of Alexander Radzionau. But I don't think he's done enough to win overall. But I think he was in the contest throughout. Just not sure that he's done enough to win the contest. But that's just my verdict from our commentary position here. It's all going to come down to the verdicts of the 3 scoring judges. Physical contest, and again, what a professional debut for Radzionau here on IBA.PRO 5.
Здесь была кровь, здесь был характер и воля к победе. И в центре ринга Александр Родионов и Артем Оганесян. Этот бой продлился все 8 раундов и был непростым. По его завершении мы сообщаем вам о том, что единогласным решением судей в этом поединке одержал победу Artem Oganesyan.
Well, it's Artem Oganesyan who has been declared a victor. And that is testament to his tenacity, because I thought he was being outworked through the middle rounds. But it's Oganesyan who is declared the winner on points, a successful ring return, inflicting the defeat on the professional debutant Alexander Radzionau. And again, testament to his composure under fire, because I thought he was being outworked in the early stages. But then through the middle rounds, he began to find the range, particularly with his southpaw left, in an incident-filled affair where both men sustained cuts after accidental head clashes. Oganesyan's coming in round number 5, Radzionau coming the round after, and perhaps he's been rewarded for his greater purpose on his punches. Artem Oganesyan, who has been declared a victor on points, making it an unsuccessful professional debut for Alexander Radzionau. But I think he showed plenty of promise for the future there. Oganesyan has made an effective return to the boxing ring. A winning return to the boxing ring in his first outing since June of 2022.
Черный квадрат Малевича, каждый их наполняет смыслом сам. Черный квадрат канваса на ринге в городе Бресте наполняют смыслом боксеры. Нас ожидает заключительный 7-й поединок. И пройдет он в полусредней весовой категории. Это 4 раунда бокса. И я хочу, чтобы вы помогли мне как следует встретить соперников. Черный угол ринга, прямиком из Тирасполя, Республики Молдова, выходит Владислав Gudzi.
Well, what a moment in the career of Vladislav Gudzi. The 23-year-old from Moldova making his professional debut in the midst of a really successful career in the 3-round code of IBA boxing. The 2024 European Championships for under 23s, came away with a bronze medal in the 67-kilogram division. He was a silver medalist in the 2023 Balkan Championships Man I first saw at the 2021 World Youth Championships in Kielce when he was competing in the 69 kilogram division.
Из Республики Беларусь, города Бреста, Максим Hovarau.
His opponent is also making his professional debut. That is Maksim Hovarau, 22 years of age, from right here in Brest in Belarus. National Championship bronze medalist in 2021. Losing at the semi-final stage when he was unable to take to the ring against the eventual champion Dmitry Asanal, whose father is in attendance here tonight. Asanal, a boxer who's had the better of him during the course of their 3-round careers. But here he is preparing for his professional debut against a fellow boxer making his professional bow.
189 сантиметров вес, 66 килограммов и 300 граммов он. Бронзовый призер чемпионата Европы среди юниоров 24 года. На ринг в Бресте из Тирасполя, Молдовы, Vladislav Gudzi. В золотом углу ринга, готовый к началу поединка, боксер из Республики Беларусь. Ему 22 года, рост 173 сантиметра, вес 66 килограммов и 600 граммов. Он серебряный призер чемпионата Республики Беларусь 25 года. Представляет на ринге родную республику и родной город Брест. Приветствуйте, Максим Hovarau!
Well, this is our final bout of the evening. What a contest we have in store. Wonderfully significant moments in the careers of these two boxers as they shed the vest and compete as professionals for the first time here on IBA.PRO 5. Towering figure of Vladislav Gudzi in this contest, made at 67 kilograms, scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds.
Good luck.
So our final contest of IBA.PRO 5 is underway. It features two professional debutants who hail from Moldova and right here in Russia. The towering figure, who stands 189 centimeters tall in the 67 kilogram weight class, is Vladislav Gudzi. 23 years of age, comes to the ring in the midst of a decorated career in the 3-round format of IBA tournament boxing in the vest. His opponent is Maksim Hovarau. He, 22 years of age, from right here in the southwestern Belarusian city of Brest. You can see he's seeking to use quick feet to get inside the longer reach of his taller opponent. And already in search of that overhand right. That one straying into rabbit punch territory as the two men come together on the inside. Seeking to bob and weave his way forwards beneath the incoming fire of Gudzi. Here's Hovarau. Hovarau just takes a right-hand lead there, but it's his characteristic hand-held low style. Moves very well laterally, both left and right. Sharp punch pickup from behind that relaxed guard. Continuing to bob and weave and seek to roll his way forward is Hovarau. Again, you see how effective that movement is, because it's very difficult to punch downwards. And the disparity in height that exists, some 16 centimeters between the 1.73 meter Hovarau and the 1.89 meter Gudzi. Well, that disparity in height exacerbated and increased by the fact that Hovarau seeking to dip at the knees and get down even lower. Just like two-time Olympic champ Hassan Boyduzmatov does so effectively for Uzbekistan. So content to continue to box with his hands down, and this is how he goes through his tournament affairs. Gudzi reaching for a right-hand lead there, but it was rather telegraphed and inaccurate, looking to counter with a cluster of punches. It's Hovarau. And again, when he's able to snap out those straight punches, you see the gap that exists between he and his opponent. It's a considerable space that has to be closed down. Wonderful right-hand lead from around the belt line, and then it turned it into an uppercut. Moments of quality produced in the closing stages of that first round by Vladislav Gudzi of Moldova. So moving to the second round, and my goodness, while the sound of the bell was still echoing around the Victoria Sports Palace, a sharp shooting right cross was snapped out by Vladislav Gudzi. And again, look at the manner in which he's using his legs to maintain the gap between himself and his more compact, marauding opponent. Really tricky mission this for Maksim Hovarau to try and get inside the tentacle-like reach of his taller opponent. Yeah, this is where he wants him, pinned against the rope where he can seek to sling in bent arm hooks at mid and short range. .67 kilograms is just half a pound above the 147-pound welterweight limit, if you want that in old money. 1.89 meters is a towering 6 feet 2.5. I mean, that's a welterweight of Tommy Hearn's proportions. Of course, all of that has been given a new dimension now by the towering inferno, Sebastian Fundora, who measures at least 6'6". At 154, but he very much a fighter cut from that cloth is Vladislav Gudzi, and that is why the man in the white and the gold is having a hard time closing the gap. There he wasn't too far away with a roundhouse right hook, but again he's been brought into the contest because he's conceding that advantage in reach because of the bent arm shots being preferred through this passage of the round by Vladislav Gudzi. Not too far away with a jab to the body. It's Hovarau. Well, hitting on the break. Command was clear. And just seeking to present that mirage of an open target. Hands down low, right uppercut, left hook. It's the open chin presented like cheese in a mousetrap by Gudzi, but of course, as tempting as it is, he's going to back his reflexes to pull the trigger first and catch the more compact opponent coming in. Because if he steps back and pulls the layback, and again, he can score from this range, whereas Hovarau can't. So the mission quite clear. Somehow, Maksim Hovarau has got to try and get himself into punching range without being too late. And maybe he's got to come more than once. Maybe he's got to launch 2 and 3 phase attacks, because when he tries to launch a single phase attack, did score effectively on the counter there during the course of that exchange. Started and finished by single shots from Gudzi. So moving to the third round, left hook fired in and right hand to the body from the more compact figure, who's quickened his feet to begin this third frame. But just seeking to keep him at bay behind straight punches and good use of the legs is Vladislav Gudzi, but he takes a right hand around the corner. There's a counter right hand to the body from Hovarau. And again, that head continuing to move side to side off the line, seeking to present anything but a stationary target that would be easy pickings for Gudzi. Made him miss, then came out of a crouch behind a left hook. And now has got Gudzi against the ropes. Tapping him down to the body is Hovarau. Beautiful right hand to the body, left hook from Gudzi. Right hand over the top in response from Hovarau. So the two-shot combination I mentioned before, right hand to the body, left hook to the head, caused Hovarau's foot to come up off the ground, disrupting his boxing stance. But this is where Hovarau needs to be. Don't wait for the referee to break. You get those hands free and blast away to that long, lean body of Gudzi. And again, he's accepting the clinch here, keeping his head out of harm's way. Both men are, which is good to see, that experience being demonstrated. But this surely is the territory where Hovarau should be getting those hands free and seeking to blast away to the body. Looking for the counter right hand over the top once again after Gudzi went downstairs. There's a two-shot salvo, chopping right hand around the corner with the final shot of the combination. And now he's digging away downstairs. And that could well be a profitable place of offense for Hovarau. Beyond 2 minutes of this third round. So again, exchange of jabs where both men landed with solidity during that trade-off. Solid left jab from the kneecap scored by Gudzi. Inaccurate with the left hook, looking to counter with a left hook to the head was Hovarau. Measuring his man and not too far away with the lead right cross was Gudzi. Looking for the same shot at mid-range once again. Hovarau swarming his way forwards, letting his hands go where they may to both head and body. Halfway through this 7th and final contest here at the Victoria Sports Palace in Brest. Well, there's an example of the ability to dip down into a crouch and then spring out of it from Hovarau, but couldn't really find any effective offense on the back of it. Clipping left hook landed off the ropes by Gudzi. Right hand comes in over the top from Hovarau, and it's been that type of contest through that third round.
И это 4-й раунд, заключительный.
So into this final round, it's saying, of a contest which was marked down initially as a 6-rounder, but still, with it being the professional debut of both men, this represents a brand new territory for each of them. Nice pivot move to step through and then go walkabout to increase the gap between himself and his opponent, produced by Gudzi. Well, he's done a really effective job as Hovarau of making himself a difficult target to hit when he employs that move. Dip down into a crouch and then explodes out of it, and he did get through the right hand in that 2-shot combination. And he's on the front foot once again. Remember, some scoring judges like aggression. And the aggression has been effective from Hovarau. And he's been able to bob and weave his way forward, working the body effectively. And again, for my money, he shouldn't be accepting a clinch here. Slings the crook of his elbow around the neck of Gudzi, does Hovarau. Good work to both body and head with the right hand downstairs and left hook to the chin from Gudzi. Seeking to get his hands free and drive in that left hand was Hovarau, but look at that wonderful left hook from Gudzi. And remember, beyond the halfway stage of this 4th and final round, both men will be feeling the pace on their professional debuts. It's a brand new experience, but each of them continuing to fight with real purpose in pursuit of victory here as they make their maiden outings in the professional ranks. Terrific work by Hovarau as he pinned Gudzi on the ropes. Gudzi looking to fight off the strands, but again with the hands down and that long lean physique, the head snapped back by a pot shot right hand. All of this is eye-catching work being produced by the home boxer. Tried a little right uppercut, turned underneath. During that coming together. Beautiful counter punching again from Hovarau, making Gudzi miss with his lead left hook and then able to score with a cluster of punches. Closing seconds of this final round. There's a moment of quality from Gudzi, able to spear his man with a 1-2, then long bridging with the jab, but continuing to press the swashbuckling figure of Maksim Hovarau, and there is the bell to conclude the professional debuts of both of these talented young boxers. Wonderful conclusion to our show here at the Victoria Sports Palace in Brest, southwest Belarus. Each man enjoying success in their respective preferred territories. Contest of real contrast between the towering figure of the 1.89 meter Vladislav Gudzi of Moldova and the more compact, marauding figure of Maksim Hovarau, excuse me. So we are going to the 3 scoring judges. There's been a competitive show closer. Strong conclusion to the contest, produced by the front foot pressure of Hovarau. This man had his successes. His strong start to the contest cannot be discounted. So, his work will the judges have preferred. This man's counter-punching is very impressive. The deeper we got into the contest, he could just make his man miss by millimeters and land with bent arm successes of his own.
По их завершении все судьи оценили этот поединок одинаково, 39-37. Единогласным решением судей победу одержал Vladislav Gudzi.
And it is Vladislav Gudzi, a winner on points on his professional debut, that has him jumping for joy over his fellow professional debutant Maksim Hovarau of Belarus. And that is a terrific win produced by the 2024 Under-23 European Championship bronze medalist. Started well. Eye-catching work behind his long, straight shots where he was able to maintain the gap between himself and his opponent. But the deeper we got into the contest, the more it turned into this type of tussle. Bent-on work from both boxers right into the wheelhouse of Maksim Horasav. But overall, it is Vladislav Gudzi who has been rewarded for his eye-catching quality out of that low-held guard from his orthodox stance. So that concludes our 7-fight card on IBA.PRO 5 from the Victoria Sports Palace in Brest, Belarus. Wonderful action, outstanding quality throughout the entire card. In our main event, it was Alexei Alfiorau who beat the unbeaten professional Lee Ingelrest of Belgium to claim the IBA Professional World title at light heavyweight. Here's a rundown of the entire card tonight. Josef Immanuel with a stoppage victory over Dzianis Salotski, the debutant from Belarus. Vladislav Smiahlikau with a wonderful display in his professional debut. And that wraps up the action here from the Victoria Sports Palace. Make sure you stay across IBA.PRO Boxing social channels for all the latest news, updates and information about IBA.PRO Boxing. But IBA.PRO 5 is in the books. We'll see you again very soon for more action on the IBA Pro Boxing Series. Bye for now.